Every year, we produce more than enough food to feed everyone on the planet. So why are millions of people still going to bed hungry? And millions of small-scale farmers still living in poverty? While the reasons are complex, one of the many critical issues to be addressed is food loss and waste. Around 14% of food is lost before it reaches consumers, while 17% is wasted at consumer level every year. This also means less income for farmers and fewer opportunities to improve livelihoods. Where is it all going wrong?
One reason is the lack of effective cold chains, which in simple terms means keeping food fresh from farm to fork. Perishable foods must be kept in a controlled environment throughout the journey from production, aggregation and storage, processing, marketing and distribution, all the way to our plates. This temperature-controlled supply chain of food is called the food cold chain. But cooling technologies can consume a lot of electricity, still largely generated from fossil fuels. Some continue to use ozone-depleting substances, ODSs, or hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, which are powerful greenhouse gases. Today, cold chains contribute towards around 4% of global GHG emissions, which impact climate change and food production. Lack of access to food cold chains impacts food security, livelihoods, and limits access to markets. Without sustainable cooling solutions, our health, food, and livelihoods are at risk. So what's being done to improve the food cold chain? In 1987, nations came together to sign the Montreal Protocol to help save the ozone layer. This involved phasing out ODSs in various sectors, including cooling technologies. Under its Kigali Amendment, nations committed to phasing down HFCs while also addressing energy efficiency issues. And in 2019, the Rome Declaration called on governments, organizations, and private initiatives to collaborate on building sustainable food cold chain solutions. FAO and UNEP believe this can be achieved by improving access to energy for cooling along the food value chain, developing and gathering data, improving technical capacity, updating policies, implementing efficiency improvements, and financing new business models for upscaling. Sustainable food cold chains will help us work towards the SDGs by creating a healthier planet, supporting farmers and fishers' livelihoods, and ensuring more nutritious food reaches everyone's plates.
A very good morning to you and welcome to this broadcast. This is the 29th day of September 2023 and we are celebrating the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste here at the University of Nairobi. This is the fourth of this kind of celebration since it was declared by the United Nations General Assembly, in recognition of the central role that food loss and wastage plays in food production and sustainability. And so today here at the University of Nairobi, we join the rest of the globe in this conversation to lend our voice to this debate around food loss and waste. This event is being done in collaboration between the University of Nairobi, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, as well as the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. And so in that regard, we would like to speak to some of the stakeholders who are making a contribution to today's celebration. And so allow me to invite one of them. Thank you so much for joining us. Please introduce yourself to us as well as what role you'll be playing today.
Thank you. My name is Winnie Yagon. I work with the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. We are here today to observe this day, to celebrate this day, to raise awareness on food loss and waste for the people and for the planet. Because we do invest a lot into producing food. We do invest a lot into ensuring that we achieve our goals of food and nutrition security, especially our goal 1 on no poverty and zero hunger. So when you look at food waste, it's a setback, to achieving these results, because food loss and waste means the food that we produce is not being consumed. It's not going to meet the objectives for why we produce the food. So that is why we want to raise awareness on food loss and waste, to really understand why, what is happening, where it is happening, and to come up with solutions. The most important part is to come up with solutions to address food loss and waste, so that, by addressing food loss and waste, we could directly increase the amount of food that we have without necessarily increasing production, because we talk about 30 to 40% food loss and waste in Kenya, and when we save that 30 and 40%, it could feed quite a number of people for our nation. So that is why we are here. We are here with partners. We are working together. So we are really promoting collaboration and partnerships to realize our goals together.
Thank you so much for that, Winnie. Who are we targeting with this message today?
The message is for everyone. The message is for all the actors across the
again.
food supply chain. We have messaging for the
Just
farmers
request
because they
those who
handle
are
the food at the farm level. We have messages for transporters
come in
because
front.
they
Just
handle
move
the
in
food
front.
as it is
Can
in
move
transit.
here in the
When
middle.
you're talking about cold chain,
my
we're talking
right.
about how the
There.
food is being packaged, how the food is being handled. We are talking about the farmers. We're talking about the market vendors as well, because they do play a key role in how the food is handled at that level. We are talking to policy makers because we need an enabling environment to support all these actions. We are talking to consumers because consumers are the majority. What I usually say is the farmer is a farmer, the transporter, the retailer, all the actors have their special role, but everyone at the end of the day is a consumer. The farmer is a consumer, the retailer is a consumer. So the consumers play a key role in addressing food loss and waste. Our consumption habits, our attitudes towards food, for example, leftovers is one of the ways we promote to curb food waste. So we need to really target everyone across the value chain.
How much is at stake if we don't have this conversation?
We will continue to invest in the sector, but without addressing food loss and waste, we might not achieve our results of zero hunger. Because, when food is lost, it is both physical, it is quantitative, qualitative, and economic losses out of what we have put in. So the example I usually give is a vehicle. When you put in fuel in the tank, if you don't fix the tank, it will have a leak. So it doesn't matter how much you put in the tank, unless you fix the leak, you will never have a full tank. So that's the same thing with food loss and waste. Unless we address food loss and waste, it doesn't matter how much you put at the beginning, we will not get the optimal return on investments at the end.
And so following the celebration of this event today, what are we looking at seeing happen post this event?
So post this event, we will have a call to action. So we will discuss and elaborate and really highlight the actions we need to take, more advocacy, more awareness. How do we collaborate with partners to do things like capacity building, sharing of tools and equipment and skills across the supply chain to all the actors. So how do we now push the technologies, the innovations, and turn them into action? How do we promote research to really understand this problem better, so that when we are developing solutions, we know we are customizing them, adapting them as we go, because some of these interventions need to be adapted to the right context. So beyond this, once we are done with this day, we will continue raising awareness, but we'll now move to action, to now go and start targeting the key actors at their level. Once we now know the bottlenecks, we will now develop solutions around those bottlenecks. Yes. My parting shot is, you have a role to play, we have a role to play, we all have a role to play, and I would really call for more attention and more discussion around this issue, so that when we are talking about food and nutrition security, it's not just about production, but we look at it holistically. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was Winnie joining us from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. She has emphasized the fact that it is estimated that more than 800 people are suffering from hunger, and 3.1 billion people suffer from a lack of appropriate nutrition or a balanced dietary provision. And so this day is put together to ensure that we look at all the loopholes that are there in the entire supply chain for food. We're targeting the farmers who are the producers for food, the people in between, from the retailers to the transporters, directly to you who is the consumer, to echo Winnie's words that each of us is a consumer at the end of the day, and we all have a role to play in this. We are looking at having various activities in the course of the day, but all this is targeted at ensuring that we all know what role we have, where we can come in to ensure that by the year 2030, which is the year that the United Nations seeks to ensure that our current losses are cut by half. We're looking at a 14% loss between production and retail, and a 17% loss between retail and consumption. That is more than 30% of the food that is produced lost before it reaches the consumers, which can ensure that food hunger and food loss is a problem of the past for very many people on the planet. And so at this point, allow me to show us a video about food loss and waste. Thank you very much for staying with us. We are here at the University of Nairobi, where we are celebrating and commemorating the International Day for Awareness of Food Loss and Waste under the theme Stop Food Loss and Waste for the People, for the Planet. As I had mentioned earlier, this event is being held in collaboration between the University of Nairobi, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, as well as United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. They are not alone in these efforts because they're joined by various other partners and stakeholders in this conversation, as it targets not just the producers but also the retailers, business people, policymakers, government, and even you, their consumer. Earlier we had spoken to Winnie from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, and at this point allow me to bring to us another stakeholder who is participating in this event. Karibu sana. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Please introduce yourself to us and the role you'll be playing today.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Wamboi Mbarire from the Retail Trade Association of Kenya. We are partnering with the University of Nairobi, FAO, and other stakeholders in the food strategy to look into the causes of food loss and food waste, and to establish how can we reduce that to seal the gap of food insecurity. Statistics tell us that the food aid value coming into Africa is less than the value of the food that we're wasting. So we see if we're able to reduce the wastage, we actually will not need any more food aid, and we will actually have extras to continue exporting to the international market. From a retail point of view, we have looked at various aspects at which food does get lost. We have what, as Winnie spoke to earlier, there is both loss and there is waste. Waste is from retail to consumption. And we have not only fresh fruit and vegetable getting lost, but we have consumable goods, processed food that also gets lost. And this includes, for example, flour, sugar, rice, because I'm sure, as you know, and as many Kenyans know, all our processed foods have a best by date or an expiry date. And we are awake to the fact that some of the food that actually achieves a best by date or expiry date is still good for human consumption. So we are looking to see how do we start a conversation that will include the Kenya Bureau of Industry, Kenya Bureau of Standards, to start changing consumer understanding of best by and expiry date, and how do we also bring in consumers to show them that without a doubt that food that is dated today still edible for another month or so. And that food can then be accumulated to go into feeding programs, to discount stores where in many parts of the world, for example, now that we're in a university, I can use this example. In many parts of the world, supermarkets have university student discounts. And they come in just before closing of a supermarket and buy food that is nearing expiry. Maybe it's 2 days off, 3 days off. Maybe it's food from the deli, maybe it's food from a hotel that is then discounted to people who can buy it and consume it that day so that it doesn't go to waste. A lot of our processed food actually goes into pig farming and pig feeding in this country, but a lot of that food remains good for human consumption.
Thank you so much for that insight. And I would want you to share with us as well the role your organization is playing in bringing together retailers and bringing them on this table where we are having this conversation.
Okay, so we've had projects running with both supermarkets and the eateries who are part of the membership. So supermarkets, any of the supermarkets in our country, the eateries such as Java, Art Cafe, Big Square, KFC, to look to see what happens at the end of the day with food that was, for example, cooked. How can we channel that food to human consumption? So looking to review the law, most importantly, and that has been our starting point because our law had never envisioned a food redistribution situation. So it is not captured. There's no framework within which we can redistribute food and ensure that the safety of that food is carried forward to the end consumer. So if we come together as supermarkets and we agree after the policy framework has been put in place that these are the people who will be collecting food from us and forwarding it either to feeding homes, to children's home, to street children, whether it's going to a discount store for university students or startup college girls or boys, then how do we put in a framework that then works that food with the safety it's been prepared internally to ensure by the time it gets to the consumer it is still. That is one way. Secondly, in terms of processed foods, normally what happens I have a tin of jam that expires in 2 weeks, I will return it to the supplier. But we would want to know what then happens to that food returned to suppliers. Is it redistributed? Is it wasted? Is it repackaged? And how do we ensure that safety still continues as it moves away from us? How do we recapture that food and put it back into circulation for human consumption?
All right, thank you for those insights. And now, as retailers, of course, marketing is important. How do you ensure that while there's the intention to market and make good sales, that food is still safe, that food is still ends up where it ought to be at the end of the day?
Kenya Bureau of Standards is very stringent in their investigations, especially of formal retail. And we don't have a very strong consumer body in the country, so any backlash about food ends up on the face of a retailer. So we do ensure that we maintain high standards of safety in both as we source, as we handle, as we package, and as we sell at the till, to ensure that we are not just looking at the profit margin, but we're looking at the safety of our consumers.
All right. And so at the end of today's event and conversation, what are some of the outcomes you are looking forward to?
I'm looking to really start a national conversation in regard to food loss and food waste. One statistics that is also available is that the average Kenyan loses 99 kilos of food on your plate. So people serve with, I keep saying people serve with their heads, or with their stomachs, not their heads. So you put more food on a plate than you can consume. People tend to serve because the food is there, not really because they're as hungry as they've served or because there's an extra wide range of variety. How do we ensure and usually it's self-service, how do we sensitize consumers to serve a little bit at a time? And the food is still there, you can still go back. The fear of there'll be no more is actually a good reason for a lot of waste. So it is important that consumers are aware that you should only serve so much so that you only consume. And when you do serve, I always tell anyone who sits around me, you're in a lot of problems if you intend to leave food in your plate, because you will finish it, whether you like it or not, whether you discovered you didn't like the taste of it or not. So if you are not sure about something, stand there, you have a plate with you, you have a spoon with you, taste, put on your plate a little bit, taste it, then serve it, so that we are reducing the waste. My parting shot is, you are the greatest source of food loss or waste. Take responsibility.
Indeed, we are all members of this crew as we look towards ensuring that as a globe, regionally and nationally, we see to it that our food loss and wastage is reduced significantly. The target that has been set by the United Nations is looking at halving the statistics by the year 2030. And nationally, regionally, we're looking at 2025 as the year when we'll have cut that number by half. We are about 2 years shy of that goal, which means that we have to put in place radical measures to see to it that this goal is achieved by the time we hope to achieve it. As my guests have said and echoed, is that we, the consumers, who is each and every one of us, regardless of the fact that we could be the producer, we could be the retailer, we could be the policy maker, the business person, or anyone else in between. But at the end of the day, we are all consumers of the food that is produced. Currently, the numbers stand at about 30% of the food being produced is lost between the time that it is produced and the time it reaches the consumers that it was meant for. We're looking at risking a situation where we experience greater numbers of people suffering hunger and lack of proper nutrition in the world. Currently, those numbers stand at 800 million people suffering hunger and 3.1 billion people not being able to afford a balanced diet in terms of the nutrition that they are taking in. At this point, we would like to look at more information about what it means for us as individuals when the food that we are producing is lost or wasted. And so listen to this.
Every year, around 14% of the world's food is lost after harvest and in the distribution chain prior to retail, and an additional 17% of food available to consumers is wasted. Food loss and waste account for 8 to 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Carbon dioxide is generated at every step of the food supply system, from production to handling, transportation, storage, and distribution, regardless of whether the food produced is consumed or not, leaving a significant carbon footprint. In particular, the rotting of food waste in landfills and open dumps is adding considerably to greenhouse gas emissions. Greenhouse gases contribute to an unstable climate prone to drastic environmental change and extreme weather events. These unstable climate conditions negatively impact crop yields, reduce the nutritional quality of crops, disrupt supply chains, and threaten food security. Reducing food loss and waste plays a key role in transforming agri-food systems. It can improve productivity and ensure natural resources are used more efficiently, contributing to economic growth and benefiting society as a whole.
National Day for Awareness on Food Loss and Waste. And we are here at the University of Nairobi, where this day is being commemorated and celebrated by the various partners who have come together to look at the possible actions and interventions that can be taken in terms of technology and innovation, policy change, and individual action that is to be taken by each and every one of us who is a player in this conversation. At this point, allow me to invite yet another stakeholder who is with us today. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Please introduce yourself to us and what role you're playing in today's event.
My name is Joseph Nyongesa. I'm from the Institute of Packaging Professionals, Kenya. I'm the Chief Executive. I am bringing in a technological perspective from the packaging sector. As you are aware, packaging contains all the food that we make, and it has been with us since time immemorial. We have just scaled it up so that we can be able to accommodate the current lifestyle where we have to move food from the point of production, whether it is a factory or it is a farm, to the point of consumption. As we are aware, nature packages our products fairly well. If you look at the orange, it is properly packaged, or the bananas, or whatever product that nature provides, whether it's milk or whatever. And this product has to be moved. So the role of packaging is basically to protect the food or any other product from the point of consumption to the point of usage. The packaging has to, in addition to containment, it has to protect, it has to preserve, and facilitate the movement. So there's always a lot of wastage in between. So we are intervening with the packaging technology, whether it is plastic or paper or metal or glass, to make sure that the products reach the consumer safely. When we go around the supermarkets or any other shop, we always find some bit of containment. So, and there is a lot of technology involved in just making glass, making metal, or making paper or plastics. So our intervention is from that technological perspective, so that we make sure that the packaging that we develop and make can safely move the products from the point of consumption to the point of use. And we are part of, we are basically stakeholders in the packaging chain. The guys who make the packaging materials, the guys who convert, and even the users. So basically the Institute enables skills development and supports this process. We are here, that's why we are here, because we are part of a bigger global packaging community called World Packaging Organization, which has some collaboration with the FAO and ensures that we also observe this day. Last year we did something like this. Okay.
All right. How are we looking at ensuring that our packaging is sustainable, not only for the food processing and transportation, but also for our environment and the climate change?
Yes, that is a hot topic in our stable, and we are aware of it. We know that packaging has been here in terms of metal, in terms of glass, paper, and what have you. But the latest packaging to be developed, which is plastic, has caused some challenges. Although it is the most widely used, almost 50 to 60% of packaging is now plastics. So there are a lot of efforts to try to make sure that the packaging we put out is actually sustainable. We are trying to reduce where we can, recycle where we can, and recover where we can. And also use formulate plastics, which is easy to reuse and recycle. So there is a lot of efforts. And the packaging community are very committed to ensuring that this issue doesn't become an issue. At least whatever we put out is sustainable, and it is intergenerational. Yeah.
How well would you say audiences and consumers are taking to the clarion call of reusing, recycling, and ensuring that their waste does not end up in destroying the environment? How well are we doing?
I think we are not doing too well, but there are a lot of efforts to create awareness. Actually, packaging was created for the consumer. We are technologists, and we shall do what the consumer wants. And that all the packaging that we develop is done in the name of the consumer. For example, one time I was doing cans, metal cans. Then the consumer said the metal cans are too expensive. Can we have plastics? we were using glass bottles. Then the consumer said, these glass bottles are too expensive. Let's go plastic. So we need the consumer also to come up and say, guys, we need to go back to where we came from, because plastics is not that old. It has been around even for less than 100 years, but the other packaging has been here for years. So consumer awareness is critical, so that if the consumer told me that I don't want my soda in plastics, I'll make it in glass, or I'll make it in metal. That, for me, from a technological perspective, it is not an issue. We were doing glass before, and all the juices, all were in glass. All the fats were in metal. So if tomorrow, let me give you a practical example. I was doing it metal cans. Then I was in a big company which was packing things in cans. So the next day, they say the consumer doesn't want cans. They are too expensive. So I had to burn the midnight oil to change everything to plastics. So if the story changed, I would still go back to metal or glass. Okay.
Thank you so much for your time and for your input.
Thank you.
We'll be now heading back into the hall. We are still here at the University of Nairobi, and the event is about to begin. In the hall, we have various stakeholders who are taking part in this conversation. The clarion call is that the consumer, the ball is in your court. Let's begin.
University of Nairobi, we labor all together in search for knowledge and truth. We bless and honor thee. We are the pinnacle of excellence in knowledge, knowledge to serve our motherland.
our heads and pray even as we start this amazing event. Father Lord, in the name of Jesus, we say thank you for this wonderful day you've given unto us, O God. Thank you for this gathering, and thank you for this day you've blessed us with, O King of Glory. Lord, even as we begin this event, we pray, King of Glory, that you may give us grace, may walk with us through it, O Lord, from the beginning to the end. When King of Glory, as the word says, that indeed people perish because they lack knowledge. But here we are to gain knowledge on how we can stop food waste and loss for the people and for this our amazing planet given unto us. Lord, give us grace as we begin until the end. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you for the prayer. So take your seat. I want to still welcome the choir to give us one number before we officially start the program. So one number, please, from the choir. Thank you.
Wakulima wetu tunajivunia pepo wa Kenya, mmejitolea kwa hali na mali, twasherehekea. Wakulima wetu tunajivunia pepo wa Kenya, mmejitolea kwa hali na mali, twasherehekea. Wakulima wetu tunajivunia, twafurahi, tumebarikiwa, tumeona mkono wa Bwana. Wakulima wetu tunajivunia, twafurahi, tumebarikiwa, tumeona mkono wa Bwana. Pepo wa Kenya, twasherehekea. Wakulima wetu tunajivunia, pepo wa Kenya, tumejitolea kwa hali na mali, twasherehekea. Wakulima wetu tunajivunia, twafurahi, tumebarikiwa, tumeona mkono wa Bwana. Wakulima wetu tunajivunia, twafurahi, tumebarikiwa, tumeona mkono wa Bwana. Twaenda mbele, kamwe haturudi nyuma. Twaenda mbele, twaenda mbele, kamwe haturudi nyuma. Twaenda mbele, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye. Twasonga mbele, kamwe haturudi nyuma. Twasonga mbele, twasonga mbele, kamwe haturudi nyuma. Twasonga mbele, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye, oye oye.
A round of applause for that is the University of Nairobi Students Choir. Haven't they done a good job? Let's applaud them. I mean, these are our students. We really appreciate choir for really those good numbers. As the choir gets to sit, I want to acknowledge the presence of our guests, starting with our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, who is our champion for Food Loss and Waste at the university, supported us thus far. I want to welcome, acknowledge the presence of Ambassador Kala Mkavi, the FAO country rep. Please welcome to the University of Nairobi. I want to also acknowledge the presence of my Dean, Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Moses Nyangito. Please, you're most welcome. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Engineer Laban Kiplagat here representing the PS of Agriculture. Most welcome, plus the directors that have come with you. I want to acknowledge the presence of our partners represented by the various people here. I don't know who's representing which organization, but our partners, if the media people could flash the slide of the partners who made this possible. Our partners, we really appreciate your presence, and welcome to the University of Nairobi. So we're here for a very important event, yes, and we will delve into the details later, but this is the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste, and there's a lot you're going to discuss about this particular event. So please, I just thought before we get into the program, we need to let people know we are here, right? Yes? We need to let people know that we are here. How do we do that? Any ideas how we should shout to the world and say we are here celebrating the International Day of Awareness? How can we do that? Twitter, thank you. You've seen a hashtag? What is the hashtag? You've seen it somewhere? Hashtag FLW Day. Have you seen it? Hashtag FLW Day, capital. Yeah, D is capital Day. So, I want to ask us to do something. If you can do it, take a selfie, yes, with whoever you are seated next to. Are we together? Take a selfie, please, and then tweet that photo and say, we're here, celebrating the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste in Kenya, yes? So, if you don't want to take a selfie, please, still tweet about it. We need people to know we are here. I think we are the few people globally who are actually meeting physically to mark this day. And so we must tell people we are here. Okay? So, having said that, we know why we're here, but we'll delve deep into that later. I have the honor of welcoming my dean first. Yes? So that he can welcome the VC. My Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Moses Nyangita, please come and welcome, then you can give your remarks, and then you can welcome the Vice Chancellor. Thank you.
Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, the FAO representative of Kenya, Kara. We have the representative of the Permanent Secretary Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Engineer Laban, all invited guests, staff, our students who have made it this way. Good morning. We are privileged as a university and the Faculty of Agriculture to be here today to celebrate the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste. My Vice Chancellor, I want to assure you that as a faculty, we are in the forefront in supporting this international cause to ensure that we conserve food, we minimize wastage, so that we can make our people food secure and contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG number 1, no poverty, and SDG number 2, zero hunger. In our faculty, we have a robust program on post-harvest reduction of losses, which is led by our strong team, led by Professor Jane Ambuko from the Department of Plant Science and Crop Protection, and also in collaboration with the Department of Food Science and Technology, which is spearheaded by my chairman, Professor George Abong. This team on post-harvest losses is pushing the frontier in terms of ensuring that we come up with the right innovations, applications that we are passing over to our farming community to teach them and to show them how we can reduce post-harvest losses, and consequently contribute to reduction in food loss and waste over time. Therefore, all of you, welcome as we mark this day, and as I've said, we are privileged to host you. With those few remarks then, may I take this opportunity to welcome our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama, to come and give his address. Please welcome.
Yes, good morning, everyone. So we are happy to be gathered here this morning on this International Day of Awareness of Food and Loss and Waste. I want to acknowledge all of you who have gathered here, in particular, Ambassador Kara Makavi, the FAO representative in Kenya, as well as Engineer Laban Kiplagat, representing the Permanent Secretary at the Principal Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, as well as the Dean of the Faculty, Professor Nyagito, and all of the other partners who are here with us this morning. This is a very, very important day, thinking about the issue of food loss and the waste. I don't know how many of you are farmers, and therefore, or maybe it's just some theoretical subject being discussed here. Yeah. Some of us have attempted a little to farm, and I know maybe even you, John Olindi or Nyagito, have tried to do it. It's quite something. Recently, I planted some potatoes, and then when they were ripe, it was just allowed the time I needed to harvest, and then there were some rains. I was just wondering, do I leave them underground, or do I get them out, and then after that, how do I store them? I remember calling someone from agriculture, how do I store the potatoes so that they don't go to waste? Yeah. And the person I called said they will come back here. And so it seems like the knowledge is not easily available out there. What do you need to do? I left them underground for some time, but I had finally to mine them and later dispose them. Fortunately, there were not many people who had grown potatoes, so I was able to sell them very quickly. But then after that, I also had some maize. And then when I tried to, I was waiting for them to dry. Then there's a threat of El Nino. Yeah. And then if they will be rained on, I thought maybe I was told, oh, maybe then what you do is that you cut the maize and then put them in a heap like this. Then somebody said, oh, but there are going to be termites around here. It's going to be very bad. So they are competing, there are termites, and there is a problem of aflatoxin which may come. So now what do you do? Yeah. So this is a very important subject. And we are doing now, Ambassador Kara Makavi, we are working with Oregon, Kenya to set up a center at Tabakapete campus on Agriculture, Technology and Innovation Center. And I hope that we can also partner with yourselves and the ministry to see exactly how can we have a one-stop shop where some of those issues, when the farmers come, they can be able to be told, this one, for potatoes, you do this. For maize, you do this. For this other grain, you do this. Yeah. Otherwise, we have problems of waste. Yeah. It's a big problem. So we don't have adequate food because of this. Yeah. Farmers are working very hard, but us, as scholars, we must provide the solutions that are needed. You know, the Faculty of Agriculture is the oldest Faculty of Agriculture in this country. I think others, we had a diploma in Egerton for quite a while, but as a degree offering faculty to provide the necessary knowledge and research is University of Nairobi. Even all these other universities which have come, were taking the name agriculture and agriculture this, to an extent that maybe Professor Nyageto, you look like you service them. It's good to indicate that you are the oldest faculty of agriculture. And therefore, where we are now as a country, in terms of food security, is what this university has done through this faculty of agriculture. And I know Jenny Abuko has been working very, very hard on this matter. She had one initiative where we held a very big meeting some years back in Safari Park. And because of the success of this meeting, the African Union decided to take it up and host it within the African Union headquarters. And she still supports it together with the faculty members technically. So that this was now an initiative from this university, but was upscaled to become African-wide because of how important this matter is. Yeah. Jenny Abuko, I want to encourage you to continue with that matter. We are not yet there. We have not solved this issue of food security fully and the issue of food loss. So this day is designated as the 74th United Nations General Assembly, was designated in 74th United Nations General Assembly in recognition of the fundamental role that sustainable food production and consumption plays in promoting food security and nutrition. Food loss and waste reflects the unsustainability of our food systems, and therefore we need practical solutions to tackle it. We must get practical solutions. Everybody is looking for this, and that's why I said we are setting up this center. And you will see many banners out there trying to promote this and what needs to be done on stop food loss and the waste for the people and for the planet. The wasted food negatively impacts the efforts to achieve food and nutritional security. Because you see, farmers work very hard, they produce a lot, and then after that, majority of it goes to waste. It's quite frustrating. Quite frustrating, yeah. And these members, this is the 4th time the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste is being backed in Kenya. The 4th time. Since this date was designated in 2020. I'm glad to note that the University of Nairobi has been at the forefront planning and hosting this event since then. In the face of challenges posed by the COVID pandemic, we shifted to webinars in the past. You know, that's how we were holding our meetings. I'm glad today that we are able to meet here physically. Yeah, so this is a very good move to the organizers. This university, the University of Nairobi, continue to contribute to the efforts towards food loss and waste reduction through various initiatives. And we are doing research, and we are setting up that center. We have another innovation center on cold chains and how to preserve vegetables. You get time to go to Kabete. And I know the Faculty of Engineering also has been doing a lot in this matter. Including our department for biosystems engineering. So there's a lot. We are in the forefront of creating solutions to address this problem. On behalf of this university, therefore, I would like to reaffirm our commitment, Madam Ambassador, to continue to provide support and leadership in efforts to address food loss and waste, not only in this country, but globally. The partnership is needed. This problem to be solved, we have to do it together as partners. Cannot be done by one institution alone. And we call upon all of us seated here that we work together to solve this problem. We are here today with like-minded individuals and organizations, and your presence is invaluable. I would say this is the people who are gathered here. These are the people who care about this matter. This university is a premier research-intensive institution in Kenya. And it has been here admitting students since 1956. And it's ready to collaborate with all like-minded people to provide solutions that align global, regional, and national food loss and waste reduction targets. I want to thank you all and wish you a very fruitful and interaction activities as we mark this day, the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste 2023. Asante and God bless you. It is now my distinguished honor and pleasure to invite Ambassador Kara Mukavi, the FAO representative in Kenya, to address this gathering. Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, welcome. Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor, University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Kiama. I also really want to recognize here the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, our partners and all invited guests. It's really a pleasure to be here and an honor. And I really want to also take this opportunity really to, of course, join the Vice Chancellor in really welcoming all of you to the commemoration of the 2023 International Day of Awareness on Food Loss and Waste. And I really thank the University of Nairobi, the Vice Chancellor, and all, of course, of our hosts here today for organizing this important event. Vice Chancellor, you say that is really globally, I think is the only one where we are really meeting physically. And it shows really the importance that we really, of course, we all put on all of this. So this day is really observed annually, I should say, since the adoption of the resolution of the United Nations, by the United Nations General Assembly, that entrusted the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization that I represent, and also UNEP, which is, of course, the United Nations Environmental Program, to support the countries in addressing really the challenge of food loss and waste, which we know is really a challenge that threats food security and nutrition. Indeed, I should say that this commemoration really creates a unique opportunity to devise solutions. The Vice Chancellor has just said that we don't really find many solutions out there. And actually, so happy that we can really host this event at the university because most of the solutions will come from here. Research is so critical for that. So we are really looking at where are the solutions so that we can really take out there and support the farmers to address this challenge. Of course, let me say, and again, that it requires really partnership. Partnership is so strong and is so powerful. Actually, partnership is one of the SDG goals. It's SDG Goal 17 because of really the importance of coming together. It reminds me really that African proverb that says that if we want to go far, we should really move together. So it's really important that all of us, that we really come together. We need collective actions towards meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm talking here about target 12.3 that aims really to halve per capita food waste. And of course, also at the retail and really consumed level by 2030. This is what the SDGs are saying, that we really want to reduce along the food production and also the supply chains. So today, as we really observe this date, I want to really, we should be reminded that we are not in track to attain, of course, food security and nutrition by 2030. And that was really the objective, the ambition of the international community and the heads of states when they met in 2015, and they decided to really approve the SDGs and the 2030 agenda, that by 2030, we will end hunger, we will ensure that food security is there for all, we will end poverty, and all the SDGs that we know. Of course, we are really very cognizant that threats such as climate change and its vagaries are severely impacting on food security and nutrition. In Kenya, we just witnessed the recent drought that really affected this country due to the rainfall constraints, and the numbers of people that were really affected by food insecurity so high. We're talking about something like 4.6 million. And we know that, of course, it requires so much effort to be able really to sustain to climate change. So it's important that we build the resilience. So really addressing the scourge of really food loss and waste is really part of that resilience that we should build to adapt and to mitigate to climate change. Actually, we know that all the efforts that we are really putting in producing that food that goes to waste, at the end of the day, it really contributes to the, of course, gas emissions that are really creating the climate change that, again, is impacting on us. And just to say that, of course, the projections now are really indicating that we will be really facing very soon the El Nino rains that will certainly, again, worsen food loss and waste. So I should say that there can be really not a better time and a better moment, for us to come together and really raise that awareness on this very, very important issue. So through FAO strategic framework, which is a framework that was adopted by our organization to cover the period of 2022-2031, is a 10-year framework. The organization is really committed. FAO is committed in supporting the governments. We have 192 member states, including Kenya. So it is our responsibility to support countries towards achieving the 2030 agenda, and particularly goal number 2, by really contributing to that transformations to more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Through, of course, we're ensuring that, of course, we look at this with the gender lens, because we also know that women are really the backbone of agriculture. If we really empower them, if we give them the tools, the resources, the inputs that they need, we can really, of course, solve those challenges that we are really faced with. So the vision of the strategic framework of FAO is the one that really also guides the work that we are doing in Kenya as FAO. Actually, we just launched, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, our county programming framework, through which we really want to support Kenya to transform its agri-food systems in line with the bottom-up transformative economic agenda. So as really I indicated earlier, of course, that the problem of food loss and waste negatively impact on our efforts towards achieving zero hunger. Just some statistics to say that every year, the government invests approximately 3% of the annual government budget, which actually is not enough, because the Maputo Declaration is talking about 10%. So 3% that we are investing in agriculture is not enough in order to unlock the opportunities that agriculture can really offer for job creations and so many other, and really tackling the challenge of climate change. But of course, even those 3% that we are talking about, that are more or less 49.9 billion for 2023-2024 into agriculture sector, of course, and this does not even include the support that partners are really putting there, we know that, of course, if we are not addressing the issue of food loss and food waste, this investment cannot really be harnessed. So to say again that really we need collective efforts to be able to really, of course, unlock the opportunities and harness the investments that we are doing into agriculture. The Vice Chancellor just gave a really vivid experience of what it means to the farmers that are really putting so much effort into really producing food that we so need to live our healthy lives. So let me say that post-harvest loss and food waste are really a direct setback to achieving zero hunger, and really they take away food which many still do not have access to. So investment in production should really equally be put on actions that go to support distribution of food from farm to fork. We are talking about the whole value chain, from production to consumption. Post-harvest handling, storage, aggregation, value addition, markets and consumer habits, we all need really to work together efficiently and effectively to achieve food security and nutrition. There is a need to raise awareness on those issues and really pull in more support and attention on the activities that happen post-production if we are to realize really the returns on investments in the agriculture sector. Another key area we need to address is really the data gap. The figures we really currently use are projections, seasons or location specific. They really give an estimate at the national level, but we know that it can even be more. However, to really properly tackle the problem, we need accurate and timely data, as we cannot address what we don't know. So we can only, of course, count what is measured. And this, again, calls for collaboration and partnership to collect and aggregate data so that informed decisions can really be taken and making really that a key component of the strategy on food waste and loss. We recognize, it's true, we have to recognize that it's not easy. We are not talking about easy stuff. So the complexity of the problem and that it cannot really, again, be solved by one ministry, by one actor, one stakeholder. We have really everybody on deck to be able to address these challenges. So the approach taken in the project, because actually as the FAO, we are working on the strategy together with the ministry, the leadership on that. I'm sure that, of course, when the panel discussion comes, they will really impact it. So we need those strategies, because those are the strategies that will really allow us to make sure that we take action to address this issue. So on that, let me really congratulate the government through the leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development in coordinating and also spearheading the development of the draft post-harvest management strategy. The leadership really notably took a system-wide approach by fostering collaboration and partnership across the sectors and really bringing a diverse pool of stakeholders. So it is with this rich background that the future of the agriculture sector is really hopeful and can achieve its vision on food security and nutrition. Of course, as I conclude, I want to say that FAO is again a keen advocate for the inclusion and collaboration with the private sector. We really need that energy from the private sector. The technologies are so essential for that. So we really want to recognize their role and their importance. And of course, their involvement will also really contribute to create the opportunities and unlock really the opportunities that agriculture can offer. I talk about job creation, and particularly for our young people and women. Therefore, through they can also really offer those solutions that we so need. Let me maybe say that, of course, the private sector play really an important role, and I hope and I'm sure that, of course, if not here, we know that we are working with them, and this is an area that they really are so interested to really play an important role. So again, as we really mark this important day, as I conclude, let's again really work together. The spirit of partnership, they should really guide our actions to ensure that food waste and loss is addressed, and that the efforts and that energy that we are investing, and particularly our farmers, they are investing to produce food that does not really go wasted. Because in this manner, we can really save the planet, and we can really contribute to build that world that we ambition, where no one is left behind, and particularly women, our young people, our indigenous people, people with disability, so that we really create that opportunity that can really make this world a better one. So thank you very much for this opportunity, and let's really celebrate this day, because it's really opened up for us to address this big challenge. But I am really sure, I'm certain, that we will reach this goal. Thank you again.
Thank you so much, our lead sponsor for this event, Ambassador Carlo, on behalf of FAO. I want to now call to the stage our chief guest from the Ministry of Agriculture, representing the PS, Engineer Lagat. Please, let's stand and welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, Ambassador Carlo, Professor Kiama, and everyone. Good morning. My name is Engineer Laban Kiblagat from the Ministry of Agriculture, State Department for Crops Development. I'm here to represent my peers who would have wished to be here. And because of what is going on now, we have the Nairobi International Show going on. We also have preparation for possible El Nino. We are preparing for harvesting period. We are also doing registration of our farmers in preparation for next year's planting season, so that we plan right this time round. So all those actions made him not to be able to be with us here, but he told me to represent him and gave me his blessings to present a speech which I will read. But take note that we are together in this game because we value what we do as a ministry, and also as a country we say that agriculture is a mainstay of our economy, and therefore it's a great pleasure for us to be part of it. So his speech. FAO representative to Kenya, Madam Carlo, our host, the University of Nairobi, led by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiama, the organizers of this event, all private organizations who are exhibiting, all government organizations also who are exhibiting, and all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am glad to you have taken time to join us in this event, which is the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste, that seeks to promote awareness and collective action to reduce food loss and waste. The theme of this year's day, Stop Food Loss and Waste for People and the Planet, is a strong message for us all, requiring multi-sectoral approach in ensuring food and nutritional security for our country. Post-harvest management has been a major challenge in Kenya's agriculture sector, with an estimated 30 to 40% of harvested crops, which translate to about 70 billion Kenya shillings, that is lost annually from production to consumption. The critical loss points across the different value chains are on farm or at production, during harvesting, transportation, storage, and marketing. Aiming to contribute to addressing this challenge, the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development has been promoting innovations and technologies, building capacity and creating awareness of our stakeholders as the effort in addressing pre- and post-harvest crop losses occasioned by migratory, emerging, transboundary pests, invasive weeds, and mycotoxins in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, despite the huge investment by the agriculture sector players towards achieving food security in the country, reports still indicate that this has not been achieved. Attributable to these factors include inadequate capacity for primary food management, inefficiency of value chain development services, inadequate knowledge and information on food waste management initiatives, weak coordination and communication linkages among the sector players, and lack of a working regulatory guidelines, policies, frameworks, and strategy. To address this problem, there is need to focus our efforts in unison to achieve food and nutrition security as envisaged in our agriculture sector transformation and growth strategy 2019 to 2029, a 10-year strategy that aims to transform the way we have been doing agriculture over the years. This also aims to achieve as envisaged in our Constitution 2010, in our SDGs, SDG number 1, 2, and 12, as well as our vision, Kenya Vision 2030. And of course, the bottom-up transformation agenda, which is a main transformative agenda of the government of the day, which classify priority value chains as food security, reduced imports, and growing export pillars. With this regard, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the critical role played by all players, both public and private sector, in the effort to reduce food losses in the country. To ensure we walk through this journey together, the Ministry of Agriculture, with the support of Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, is developing the post-harvest loss and waste management strategy, which is anchored in some of the formulated frameworks and will follow the African Union Code of Regulation. The post-harvest food loss and waste strategy document that is at its final stages of development, once launched in the month of November this year, will be a great milestone that seeks to address the following challenges. One, it will address knowledge and awareness gap. It will also address inadequate human, financial, and physical resources for food loss and waste reduction. It will also address weak linkages among actors, as well as addressing inadequate extension services, duplication of mandates, and weak linkages between research and users of research findings. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to know the intervention public and private agencies in post-harvest management need to put their efforts in order to accelerate food and nutrition security. This intervention include undertaking continuous awareness creation and sensitization campaign to actors along the food supply chain with emphasis on the end users, who are the farmers and mama mbogas, as a bottom-up transformation agenda for Kenya Kwanza government advocates. It also adherence to the government existing guidelines and policies on enhanced food and nutrition security, as well as also undertaking regular survey, monitoring of the food security trends with regard to the impacts of the intervention in place. Lastly, I wish to appreciate the strong collaboration between the public and private institutions vested with the mandate in post-harvest management. I acknowledge and thank all the partners who've made this day a success. So that is a speech of my peers, and I'm privileged to have read. But as I was listening to the earlier presenters, I was imagining about World Food Day, which has been a very traditional celebration that we've been celebrating for all years round. And I think it took wise intervention of somebody, maybe among us or others, to say that we cannot talk about World Food Day or World Food Security without addressing the losses. And I think it is coming, this celebratory day is coming at the right time, that we need to address our food loss before we talk about our food security. I know, of course, we all know that agriculture has been transforming itself with new technologies, new actors, new players. But something also comes to my mind, that our old parents or farmers used to know how to manage food loss better than we do today. And I don't know what may have gone wrong, because the appropriate technologies that were in use at that time would result in very minimum food loss being witnessed in the society at that time. Of course, I know Kenya, which is a country, a very beautiful country. We are a very unique country in the sense that most of the time we react to things. We wait until something happens and we react. The story of post-harvest management is as old as extension itself. And I think even before the devolution, it used to be a very strong component in the ministry. But along the way, it has not been working very well. So I'm saying this because I'm in the premier university, the University of Nairobi, which hosted the first agricultural faculty in this country, as it was said by the Vice Chancellor. And I want to challenge them. I was having a conversation with Professor Nyakito. Why is it the demand for agriculture, is it dropping down? Is it that you are not doing something, or we are not doing something? We are doing disservice to this country. We need to repackage agriculture, because as we say that we are an agricultural economy, in fact, the enrollment for agriculture students should be among the highest. Therefore, I think we need to do something. And I also want to urge us, even the university, that in the process of our extension, in the technologies that we have, what needs to be added? What is the missing ingredient so that it fits the current day, so that as we do extension, it syncs, so that we proact instead of reacting, as has been the case. We at the ministry, we are aware that with the technology, we are being told that El Nino is highly likely to be there, and I think some regions have experienced. And we want to take lead by ensuring that we are proactive. And as we speak now, as I told you earlier, the ministry is in the process of ensuring that the anticipated harvesting period of mainly cereals should be managed well so that we witness minimum losses as a result of post-harvest losses. We have dryers that have been purchased, and they'll be spread across the country, especially in the areas that do cereals. And we hope this being the start as we move forward, as Madam Carlo has said, synergy, togetherness, I think is the way to go. We may not be able, as a ministry, to really address all that, but I believe together with the private sector, the academic institutions, we should be able really to plan ahead, anticipate some of these losses, given the diversity and variety of our agricultural enterprise that we do have, and the science and the knowledge that we already have. How best can we ensure that as we produce, we should be able to minimize the losses, keep it for the future, because under the current climatic challenges, we'll be witnessing cycles whereby we have adequate agricultural environment when there is rain, and sometimes we also will be witnessing inadequate environment. So that means we need to minimize loss, we need to stop for a longer period, so that during the times of that hardship, we should be able to use our surplus for the sake of feeding our people, as we realize that population also is increasing. So with those remarks, that was the speech of my peers, as well as part of my comments. And I'm doing this, ladies and gentlemen, because I am very passionate about agriculture. I've got over 30 years experience in agriculture sector. My degree is in agricultural engineering, and I think we have been more concerned about production, but missing these small things, like now the losses along the whole value chain. And so it touches me, and I believe it also touches us. And so I feel privileged to have spoken that way, and I believe my contribution, both here and also in the ministry, as well as together, we should be able to change this narrative and reduce the losses that we are witnessing. I know, of course, we've talked about 30 to 40%, but Professor Nyakito will agree with me that sometimes even higher than that. So that could be also an area that we need to work together as stakeholders to ensure that we get the facts right, so that it becomes a priority issue for government when we present the facts right. Because even at 30%, we are talking about 70 billion Kenya shillings, which if saved, it can do a lot of transformative development, even in other sectors, agriculture included. So with those remarks, thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, our chief guest, representing the PS of Agriculture. Very challenging statements there from the speakers. And the VC is talking about his personal story about food loss. I think all of us have some story about food loss or food waste. There's a difference. That's a topic for another day. There's food loss and food waste. There's some distinction. Somebody's going to come and tell us in their presentation. But if we look at ourselves, we all have a story about these two. Either we have experienced it or the people around us have experienced it. So that's why we must continue as the champions. We must raise awareness and create solutions. And Madam Kala has challenged us about the importance of partnerships. The PS is, you're talking about research, that's what we do. Sometimes we do it and we don't know how do we get it out there. And so the partnerships is key, yeah? If you're talking about any innovations for food loss and food waste reduction, we are the people. The data you're talking about, we are quoting, Madam Kala talked about the estimates. Yes, we are stuck with estimates because we haven't done the research to actually quantify the losses. So we have estimates, and so for now we have estimates, but we call out for partnerships so that we can actually fill those data gaps. And as you said, I know the World Food Day is respected. It's really respected, and you talk to the ministry people, it's calendared and budgeted for. But this one also need to get in there, because as we continue to emphasize production without taking care of the harvest, it's like filling a bucket that is leaking and expecting that it's going to fill. So we must also address this part. As we emphasize the production, right now there's going to be bumper harvest, but there's also going to be some wastage. There's already cries about that because people don't have storage. El Nino is also going to affect some people harvesting, fearing El Nino. So we might also be staring at a lot of losses. So we need to raise this awareness as we increase production. Together with that, we should also take care of the harvest. And that is the message we have here today. So your presentation marks the end of the first session. So the second session of this event is the agenda setting. And we are supposed to have 3 presentations, but the second one is going to be merged with another session by Winnie later. So we'll only have 2 presentations. The keynote, which will highlight some of these things we're saying, which is going to be presented by WRI. And I'm going to give us some journey of this International Day of Awareness of Food Loss. So I'm going to call to the stage the moderator or the facilitator of this session is not Winnie. We've moved that to the other session. It's going to be one of our private sector partners, Ms. Wamboi Mbarire. Where are you? Yeah, she's going to moderate this session. Please just stay put. And this event, just for information, there are a lot of people following online because we have, it's being live streamed by UNCTV. So we have a few people in the room, but we have a number of people following online. Wamboi, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wamboi Mbarire. I run the private sector element of this conversation. I'm from the Retail Trade Association of Kenya, and we're here to discuss what Jenny is saying. Our interest is the waste element as retailers. The University of Nairobi Chancellor, our host, Professor Kiama, FAO Ambassador, Carlos Musavi, the representative of the PS. As we have this conversation, one of the things we're trying to do is show the individual, you the consumer, your personal responsibility to this. If I ask by a show of hand, how many people had breakfast this morning? Okay, you need to be convinced you had breakfast. Yeah? How many people left some food on the plate? Honest with yourself, think back. How many people left food on the plate? So I see culprits. One of the statistics that Professor Jane will often say has not been substantiated is that we have 99 kilos per person of food waste on your plate in a year. 99 kilos. And one of the things I discovered last week is that the food aid coming into Africa, the value of food aid coming into Africa is actually lower than the value of food we are wasting, which means Africa could very easily feed itself and continue exporting. And to tell us a bit more about that, I'll call on Professor Jane to come and give us some insights into food loss and food waste.
says not, the insights, the highlight of Food Loss and Waste will actually be presented in the keynote. What I'm going to present or highlight is why we have this day. And I think it's already been highlighted by the previous presenters. Because the International Day, already mentioned in the previous remarks, it was designated by the United Nations General Assembly in 2020. And so it has been marked since then in 2020. And just let me take you, so I'm going to take you to the journey, how we've gotten to where we are. And I'm happy Madam Carla already mentioned the fact that we may be the only people doing this physically, globally. So that is a clap for ourselves. We've tried, right? Yes. So it's important, as already highlighted. And so the first time this event was marked is in 2020. And when I first heard about it on the website, and because I'm in the communication with FAO people, I got an email inviting me to the global event. And yeah, because those who know me, I'm very passionate about issues of food loss and waste. So definitely I was going to attend. Yeah, but then I wondered, why are we attending the global event and yet we have our own issues here? How can we make it our own also? Yeah? The visit mentioned about the Post-Harvest Congress. The first time we had the Congress, how it came down to Kenya and to Africa, there was another conference hosted by FAO in Rome. And we were invited there. And we asked the question, why are we there? Why don't we bring this discussion to Kenya? Because our issues are unique, right? So that's how the first Post-Harvest Congress was born. And now we're in this fourth session. We just came back from Addis last week for the fourth All-Africa Post-Harvest Congress. So the same thing with this International Day of Awareness on Food Loss and Waste. When we heard about it, we challenged ourselves with some partners who are here, that why don't we do something? It was because 2020, if you may recall, it was during COVID. It was the height of COVID. So it made sense that the event was a virtual event, a webinar. So we were going to attend because it happens in the evening. But we thought you could actually have hours, talk about our own issues. And so in 2020, we had the first International Day of Awareness. I'll tell you why it is there. I think already this has been highlighted. So we had the first one in 2020, and the second one again in 2021. In 2022 also we had one. And so this morning I really want to appreciate the people. Because sometimes, like the peers, like you said, sometimes you need somebody who it's an idea. You need somebody who buys a vision and runs with it, right? So this is an idea we thought. And so we've done webinars before. Some partners helped us, to do the virtual events. And the same partners, actually, because COVID, we thank God that we're not restricted anymore because of COVID. So we could meet physically. And we thought that, how about we make this physical? Because, webinar is good. But you meet together, out there you'll see some other demos about things that you probably wouldn't see on a webinar. So the partners came on board and said, let us pull our resources together. We thought, okay, we need resources, but it's about the willing partners. If you we chip in a little to make it happen. So I don't know if the media people can just put for us the slides of the partners who actually bought the vision when we started thinking about this and decided to support. Everybody did their little bit, and that's why we're here today. Okay, so of course FAO put in the seed money to actually give me the motivation, because before you call people to the table, they'll always ask you, what do you have? Yes, so through a letter of agreement between University of Nairobi and FAO, we had some seed money as partnership between University of Nairobi and FAO, and so the others came on board. Yes, can I see the slide with partners? So the others came on board. We said, what do we need to make this day happen? We need some food, definitely. You can't call people, and we're Africa, so we have the spirit of hospitality. So we thought we need some food, we need some drinks, okay? The partners, please. So FAO gave us seed money Food Banking Kenya said, okay, fine, we're in the business of food banking. We'll provide the food. So you find people who are going to cook that food for people to eat. And WRI, the World Resource Institute, said, okay, fine, you get as a caterer, we'll finance them to cook the food for you. So they chipped in. And we said, we need banners, because an event like this has to be branded. So WRI also said, you know what, we'll help you with the banner. So that slide, it's coming and going. So I needed to speak to it, right? And then, so we had the banners sorted. And then you said, it's an awareness creation day. We need some media, right? Yes? So again, WRI and the University of Nairobi and the FAO, we partnered again. Those of you who watched TV yesterday, we had a chance on several media houses to talk about the issue. So we raised awareness in the media. That was yesterday. And today, if you check today's as the Standard, we have an article there published because, to highlight the problem and how big it is, right? Today, please get a copy of the Standard. Again, that is supported by the three. TechnoServe, in fact, they were the first ones to jump in and say, because I told the people, we need T-shirts, yes? Because, these T-shirts we're wearing is enough awareness. Initially, we were dreaming very big. We thought, in fact, this city, today, people, the supermarkets, the restaurants, the matatus, that was our big vision, that everybody today will be wearing this T-shirt, and that is awareness enough. Because you read at the back, it says what? Stop food loss in West. For the people, for the planet. That's all. In fact, I told my team, if we can just get the T-shirts, we'll get people to wear them, we'll have done our job. So TechnoServe came in, and they did the T-shirts for us. So the T-shirts we are wearing here today were done by our partner at TechnoServe. I said food banking gave us the food, and then WRI facilitated the cooking. All the tents you're seeing out there, plus the cooking and the food that will be served, will come from there. And then Food Coalition are partners with WRI, so they help us to print, the programs that you're seeing, supported by the two organizations. And then we have Retract. Wambo is here, she'll tell you, she's actually the one who has helped us to mobilize the private sector, because that is, that is her docket. Then we have Food Packaging, Institute of Food Packaging. They helped us to mobilize the media. So there'll be some media out there that they'll be interviewing you if you're available. Then we had Soka. The caps you're wearing, some of us, actually that was by Soka, okay? So University of Nairobi, we are the host. What were we putting on the table? I don't know. Do you know what we put on the table? We said that you're going to give your venue, yes? So Taifa Hall, thanks to University of Nairobi, number one. And then, of course, the effort of you have seen the performances that you'll be seeing later. That is University of Nairobi for you. And then you will be having some drinks out there. Mango juice is the Vice Chancellor talked about our food processing hub. We are in the business of making juice. And so today we'll be testing juice that is a product made from mango that would otherwise go to waste. So you'll see it, plus water. That is our contribution, plus, of course, our time. So thank you. Let's a round of applause for these partners, yes, who have made this event possible. Because when we started off, we were many, and this happens. When you start off with partners, there are many, until you start asking for commitments. So some actually fell off the table. So we are happy, and we call upon, like Madam Kala emphasized, we need partnerships, yes? Not just for this event, but the many things we need to do to address the challenge. So this day, I won't go into details because already we have been told, it's about creating awareness about the problem. Because we cannot have people. There's a figure there, it's been flashed. We are talking about over 700 million people are hungry in Kenya. And millions more cannot access healthy diets. It's all because of the gaps that we have. In Kenya, Kenyans, let me speak to Kenyans. We usually see this. People, these figures, these images of people who are starving. And while at the same time, some food being given to animals. You've seen that. That is a challenge that should haunt us. It's not something that we should see. Why are people starving when food is going to waste? Yeah? Why are we talking about food and nutrition security? You've already heard the figures. We want to achieve that. We have targets to achieve that, but it has to be sustainable. We can't be investing limited resources to produce more, only for 30 to 40% of it to be wasted. So that is why there is this need to actually create awareness about food loss and waste. Yes? And this day is a call to action, actually, for all of us. If you look at the guidelines that we get from FAO on this day, there's action, call to action for everybody. I know we always think that it's government. Yes? Most of the time we think these issues is government, serikali, Kenyans. We really like serikali. We all have a role. It's collective action. And the emphasis on partnerships to achieve, because we have targets. Because of the importance of food loss and waste in the efforts to achieve food and nutrition security in sustainable food system, we have set targets to reduce the wastage. Yes? We have SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production, which has been cascaded down to Malabo, to the continental level. We talk about the Malabo commitment of halving post-harvest losses by the year 2025. And to get there, there has to be collective action. There's work. There's something the government can do in terms of policies, bigger. Yes, enabling policies. Yes, there's something we researchers can do. And already we've been challenged by the engineer there that we're doing something. We've got technologies. How do we get them out there? How do we even address the data gaps that we're talking about? Because we are talking estimates. How do we address that? How do we also ensure we build capacity of the people that are involved in the food supply chain? We all have a role, research and academia. But you also have a role of private sector. You know, the Wambois of this world and everybody who is here, the non-state actors. What is your role? Everybody has a role. But the role that I like so much is the role of the consumer. Because all of us are consumers. Yes? All of us are consumers. And I'm just going to pose a question. One person just said, what do you think is your role as a consumer in these efforts to reduce food loss and waste? Just one. You as a consumer, what can you do? No. Yes, please. We are consumers, right? We now know about the problem. You as a consumer, what can you do? Or what are you doing? Because this problem is not new. Yes? No, I don't want it from there. I want from this side. What can you do? Okay. No answers. You see, I'm a teacher. I need answers. Okay, fine. Okay, you insist. You're an enlightened. So say, Joseph. Thank you. Right. Thank you. So you see, that is one thing all of us can do. We are going to have food out there. You heard he said, please, leave an empty plate. Yes? Don't fill up the plate. Me and one boy, we tell ourselves that we call ourselves suckers of food waste. If you sit with me at the lunch table anywhere, and you served yourself, you don't leave that food because nobody served for you. So like what Joseph says, empty plate is part of the solution, yes, of wasting food. You can fail to waste, not waste food, okay? So there's a role for everybody. So the International Day is actually a call to action for us to do our part. Do your part, and all our little efforts will contribute to the bigger picture of achieving food loss and waste reduction. So please, as we come out of here, let's not just say we attended another workshop. Come out with some action for yourself. In whichever sector you are, you can do something. Thank you, and I'm going to welcome the, sorry, I was going to take over the role of the moderator. So Wamboy, please.
We call Jane the mother of food waste and food loss in Kenya. Woe unto you if you give her the mic and not keep alert in her. We could be here listening to her the rest of the day. So there are two things. Another point I want to give. She talked about leaving food on your plate. We've also discussed that. Overeating is another source of food waste. Overeating is another source of So yeah, if you eat more than you should, you're wasting food. We have moved the second presenter to present as she does the highlights from the draft National Post-Harvest Management Strategy. So we'll go into a keynote presentation on food loss and waste reduction for the people and for the planet, and this will be done by Beryl Ajuang from World Resource Institute. Beryl?
Thank you so much, Wambui. The host university, Professor Kiama, who is the Vice Chancellor, the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture, FAO, our lead, Ambassador Kala, and the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Engineer Kiplagat. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, thank you for that. I want to appreciate, first and foremost, the speakers who've gone before in terms of highlighting and setting the stage for this discussion. I think as we sit here, we are definitely learning and getting our statistics in terms of food loss and waste. My name is Beryl Ajuang, and I am a food loss and waste associate from the World Resources Institute, and I am stepping in the big shoes of the director who could not make it today. Could we have the slide up? World Resources Institute. Just give me a minute. It was already shared. Well, as they set it up, and as they try to fix that, let me begin by saying that we at WRI consider food loss and waste as a moral issue, an economic issue, and also an environmental issue. Why is it a moral issue? It's already been stated that there are people going hungry while at the same time we're wasting food. And in Africa, we are saying that close to 280 people actually suffer from malnourished or food insecurity that leads to being under malnourished. We say that it's an economical issue because of the amount of effort and fertilizers and pesticides that the smallholder farmers actually put into place to ensure that we have food on the table. And why do we say it's an economic issue as well? Because of how much businesses lose in terms of the amount that go to waste. And the third level, which we consider the environmental, is because of the increasing pressure that is exerted by agriculture to ensure that we have food on our tables, but also the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that are experienced because of the food that ends up in landfills. In fact, they say that at the global level, the total emissions that are coming from food loss and waste range between 8 to 10%. And if this was a country, this could actually be the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases, following the United States and China. I want to say that as WRI Africa, and kindly let me know if you have it up. All right, it's coming up. I will go on as they try to fix that. At WRI, the question is, who are we and what have we been doing to try and address some of these issues that already have been highlighted. And one of the things that we do is that, one, we are at the forefront of addressing the issue of food loss and waste through three main ways. Number one is evidence. And I think the speakers who've come before have already mentioned that there is some statistics, right? We say in Kenya, for instance, that we lose about 30 to 40% of total production. While we know that is happening, we might not explicitly have the data in how much this is happening and at what level along the various value chains. And so WRI is working in partnerships with different universities at the local level, including the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, to build evidence. And this is through analysis of reports, but also in developing a protocol or a guideline that could help us to measure food loss and waste. And we believe that when there is enough evidence, then we can actually elevate the issue of food loss and waste to a level the same as, and receive the recognition that we see even with climate change. The second thing that WRI has been doing is on investing in circularity practices and principles. Does anyone know what we mean by circularity in the audience? Anyone? Circularity? Ever heard the term? Yeah? Okay. Only one? Yes? Could you tell us? Yes. Thank you. Yeah, so circularity ensures that you create sort of a system where there are no losses or leaks. And we are working in Rwanda, where we are working with smallholder farmers and businesses that actually promote circularity. So you ensure that the food that is supposed to be consumed is consumed, and if it's not consumed, those other elements are turned into alternative products. An example that we have in Rwanda, for example, is someone who's doing mushrooms, and they are using coffee wastes. So when you process your berries, they take the waste from the processing, and that becomes sort of the soil for them to grow their own mushrooms. And then from that, once they have harvested the mushroom, they actually return that waste, compost it, and it goes back to the farm. And part of it they also use to grow or to develop nurseries for both coffee and to grow other crops. So that's just an illustration of what circularity looks like. So the World Resources Institute is partnering with varied organizations in Rwanda and is being financed by the IKEA Foundation. The third thing that we are doing as World Resources Institute to champion this work on food loss and waste is calling forth on our convening powers. And this is happening at the global level. Has anyone ever heard about Champions 12.3? Anyone? No? Yes? Now, Champions 12.3 is a collision of both private and public stakeholders, and this includes CEOs of companies, it includes government representatives, it includes private businesses. And what are they doing? Their aim is to actually ensure that people are collaborating to reduce food loss by half come 2030. They're deriving their name, as already mentioned before, from the SDG 12.3, which actually focuses on food reduction by 50%. And under this Champions 12.3, we have an initiative that we are calling 10 by 20K by 30. Now, what is this? In this initiative, we are looking to work with 10 large farm gate facing companies Examples of large farm gate facing companies in Kenya that we know of? Anyone? Large farm gate facing companies. Anyone? Guys, we don't eat any product, yes? Sorry? Twiga is an aggregator. Yeah. Farmer's Choice. Yes, that's a large retail. We don't cook with oil, do we? We stopped eating oil. Now we don't eat chapatis or mandazis, do we? I'm giving you hints. Now, do we know them now? Which one? Sorry? Bidco? Sorry? Unga, thank you. Bidco, Unga, those are some of the largest, not to mention the rest. But the aim is to work with such kind of large farm gate facing companies. We call them farm gate because they are sourcing their materials from the smallholder farmers. And what we need to do with them is that each of them commits at least 20,000, and that's the 20K, to reduce their food loss and waste, and to ensure that the reduction achieves a target of 50% come 2030. And so that's what we call the 10 by 20K by 30K. So it's not just about them reducing their food loss and waste, but it's also them supporting or working together with the smallholder farmers to reduce their waste. And why do we target them? Because we believe they already have the right structures in place. They're already doing contractual farming, or they have an existing relationship that allows them and makes it easier for them to quickly overlay this addition to work with them. I see that slide coming up, and I don't know how much time I have, but I've covered most of it. Just go back so that I show something about Kenya. We speak about Africa, but how much loss do we have happening in Kenya? And we have, this is a very recent data. If you can see it on the screen, this is a very recent data coming from FAO and World Bank. How much do we see we are losing for maize? Can we see the slides? Sure. Are we seeing it? And we're saying El Nino is coming. Do we expect it to go up? And we can see what we call them hotspots, or critical points of loss, where the loss is actually happening. So a majority of food loss and waste in the maize sector is coming from what? Are we seeing it? It's coming from production. And then we have tomatoes, which we say we have about 32% of losses. And bananas. I'm just giving you examples of value chains. And these are very critical value chains, because I think almost every day, at least, we use these three value chains. So they remain very critical value chains to us. So it's not, when you talk about losses, it's just not at the, because we may quote global statistics, but it's also something that's happening at home. And so even with that statistics, we see exactly where those losses are happening and where the interventions can actually happen. And that's why, as WRI, we are keen on building evidence. You see, when you have this kind of data, it is easy to present it to the PS and tell them this is what's happening. And for example, the technology they're providing for drying, is it going to solve the solution? Are they addressing the right point of the value chain? Or do they need to move up the value chain? So think about, like, bananas. The significant loss is being experienced at the wholesale and retail. So as I was telling you about WRI, our work is centered around people, nature, and climate, and we want to ensure that people have equitable access to their needs. We want to ensure that nature is protected and restored, and we also want to ensure that we don't exceed the limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius, or that our climates are stable. And this is our approach. As I began explaining, we build evidence. It is at the heart of it. I think even informing policy requires evidence. And this is what we term as count it. So when you count it, you are defining the extent of the problem. You're defining the issue. Where is it occurring? How much is it? And that's exactly what I was trying to point with the slides on the Kenyan laws. And then we change it. You work with partners and which have already been quite received an emphasis. And then we action. So when we action, we invest. We can mobilize resources to increase financial flows. And I think World Resources has done a lot of this. If you look at restoration programs, we have one that's called Terra Fund, and that has almost received over 100 million to work with champions on ground. And of course, there's the aspect of tracking and learning. So in our approach, which ties to what I was telling you about the 10 by 20, we believe that what don't get measured. You can't change what you can't measure. So we have to set that. And I've already laid that emphasis in terms of what are the hotspots, what are the causes, and then you set the targets, and then you act. And acting could mean just changing practices, simple practices. It could mean technology interventions, or it could actually mean financial interventions. And that, of course, the circularity project I was telling you about in Rwanda, so where we're working with small SMEs to help them build businesses in circular models. And I was giving you an example of the mushroom. And of course, we also work along policy to ensure that we are creating the right environment for that. That's the 10 by 20K by 30 that I was telling you. We are now launching to work with large companies because we know they have an influence that they can exert with the people they are already working with. And the target is to reduce their losses by 50%. And the last work that we are pushing is on food donation and redistribution. And of course, the World Bank, the food banking Kenya is here. We have ReTrack, who we are working with. And this is revolving around the issues that I have highlighted on the slide in terms of inadequate legal provisions, lack of coordination mechanisms, and lack of explicit legal provisions. I mean, there is food that can actually be redistributed, but the bigger question is who bears the liability in case something happens, right? I want to imagine a future where the students from the University of Nairobi could actually get food from some of these supermarkets. Think about the labeling dates. Does sell by means the bread is bad? Or does it expires by this due date means that food cannot be consumed? So we need to work on the right policies to actually allow this to work in an expansive manner and to eliminate food waste and loss. I'm going to finish here by saying that the discussions around food loss and waste, they are ongoing, but there are a few things that we are going to need to work on. An example is on the policies, and one, of course, that will be well elaborated is on the post-harvest management strategy. And this one provides an anchor framework from which all of us, partners, students, can actually plug in and do a lot of work to eliminate food loss and waste. But again, we are saying, for example, from the research we have done, there is no one particular policy that sets the stage for us to do work around food loss and waste. Even from the Rwandan experience, there is no one particular policy that provides the scope to work on circularity. And so there is need to, of course, still work on the right policies so that we have an enabling framework that would allow us to do this or to implement interventions successfully. The second thing is on building evidence. I think some of you are hearing some of these losses for the first time. But if we can get this evidence, it will definitely help us to elevate the issue of food loss and waste to a global level, to a national level, and then to a global level. Why am I saying this? Food loss and waste is not just a question of food and nutrition. It is also an economical issue. It's also an environmental issue. And of course, as the PS had indicated, the representative of the PS had indicated that We are an agrarian nation, and I think almost 25% of our GDP comes from agriculture. The third thing is on partnerships. I cannot emphasize more than it has been said. We need to work as partners. Not one single organization has a bullet intervention that will deliver us. So we need to work as partners. And the last thing that I need to highlight is that there is, of course, need for awareness creation, attitudes and perceptions. And this is just not only on the extent of the food loss and waste, but also in terms of changing perceptions. So we were saying, for instance, drying vegetables is one way of preserving them, right? Those who love traditional vegetables, right? So we can dry them, package them, and use them later. But how many of us are willing to buy the dried vegetables in the market? Can we do it? Are we doing it? So there are people who can't do it, and there are people who are not willing to do it. So we need also to think about the social aspects of food loss and waste, even as we bring on interventions. And so I want to thank all the partners who came together to have this day celebrated in this manner, so that we all get to learn, but also ask ourselves as we will be leaving this place, that what can we do at individual level, but also at our organizational level to intervene when it comes to food loss and food waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beryl. That was a lot of education to help us internalize food loss and waste for the climate and people. We'll take a short break by having a presentation from the University of Nairobi Theatre Group. They have a skit that will demonstrate the messages on food loss and waste. Thank you.
Imagine a world where each grain of rice tells a story.
Where every carrot has a purpose.
Where food is not just for sustenance, but a promise of hope.
This day, we gather under the banner of the International Day of Awareness of Food Loss and Waste.
In the canvas of our existence, the 29th of September is a brushstroke painting a vivid picture of our commitment towards sustainable food production and consumption.
We step onto the stage, guardians of food security and nutrition.
This day, we sing
for each is our soil,
our joy,
our sweat,
You cannot deny the charges.
For we are the living proof of those charges.
Hi-ho!
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 Hi-ho! Hi-ho! It's home to Aquigo. Hi-ho! 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 It's home to Aquigo. Hi-ho! 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 It's home to
Welcome to the marketplace.
Alive, flavors, nourishment, a glance with your eye.
Just look at these stalls. Actually, the seafood, kila kitu ni kwa bei nafuu.
Everything we provide, fruits, veggies, grains, like jewels you can find.
But behind this plenty and grace, a waste does reside.
A heartbreaking loss we cannot hide.
Jufela alifinya matunda and what we call a black spot. They cannot buy because their perspective about the food is a false.
Is there any harm if anyone eats it?
You know, nilikuwa nasoma gazeti ya The Standard nikijaribu kuelewa The Standard wanataka. They can't buy unless it's of a certain fruitful stand.
They don't buy blemishes or chips. They decry.
Always letting despair spread, a perspective denied.
It's not the market's fault, nor the farmers to blame. It is the journey they embark on, where loss becomes a gain.
Loss indeed is the game we play.
A dance in nature's wings and what we display.
But let's not forget, the stories is good through them.
Each curve, each bruise, a tale untold.
Imperfections, stories of struggles often untold.
So let's not judge by the cover's perfection. They should embrace them with all of their imperfections.
For in these imperfections lies nature's reflection.
We cherish each one in our own direction.
It's disheartening to see some folks buy excess food, more than they could ever eat, while others are struggling to afford fruits nearing their best before dates.
Yes, it's not just about the waste. It's also about the handling of these precious fruits. They are tossed around as if they are worth nothing, and it's a shame to see them bruised and damaged.
Don't get me started on those that complain about a tiny blemish or an odd shape. They should realize that the real value lies in the nutrition and taste, not in the appearance.
Let not the fruits of nature's grace in the bins find their place.
For every bite we save, Mother Earth and future we pay.
In mindful meals, our world will mend. A brighter future will all transcend.
In this marketplace of life, we have battered stories of laughter.
From the earth's embrace, we sow the seed of unity and growth.
As twilight descends, let the echoes of our embrace linger in your hearts.
As the curtains fall, may the harvest of our moments together nurture your spirit.
For it is for the people, as it is for the planet. Food is love, so don't waste it.
Good afternoon. Wow, that was amazing. We should give them a better clap. That is a job well done by the University of Nairobi Theatre Group. I think the message has been put across in a way that we can all understand. And even as we continue to now start driving this message, understanding this call for action better, we'd now like to move to the next session, where we'll be inviting our various partners to give their experiences, their lessons learned, and what they're doing about their issue in their various organizations. As Professor Ambuko mentioned earlier, this is really partnership, and if we can all play our individual role through our various institutions and also come together and collaborate, then our impact will even be greater. So without further ado, I'd like to now welcome on stage Ms. Caroline Maina, who is a program director from TechnoServe Kenya, to share her presentation. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. Is it still morning? First, I would want to, okay, the lights are too much. First, I would want to say thank you all for still sitting in. I know I won't give a speech, or I have a small PowerPoint, but I won't make it as painful. I promise to make it fun. And I will start off by saying, sorry, Jane, for not wearing the t-shirt. We had serious instructions to wear t-shirts. My brother yesterday made fun of me after seeing me on TV. He said it's good to have someone fill up the seat, because we were seated on the seats in the panel, and tell us about how to reduce food and loss and waste. He's like, you've eaten all the food. So I made sure not to wear the t-shirt today. It is in light, the people who know me know I have been on steroids for some years, so it's not the food, but the steroids, but still, it was interesting to think that people who are slightly bigger are really reducing the loss and waste. And maybe they are. Thank you, Nairobi University, for reminding us of our younger age when we would come in front of people and do some good drama. That was quite entertaining and educating, and thank you for sharing that. I think it's also important for me to thank the Nairobi University, FAO, and also the partners that have come together to create this awareness. I think that is a very important and deliberate effort for some people to make this noise that is required. I'll start off with a story. We are Africans and we are good at telling stories around fireplaces. And I will start off saying, okay, maybe I'm old and maybe the university students here won't relate, but growing up, we had a very predictable rain schedule. We would know the rains would come on specific months. We would plant a month before. We would do specific activities in preparation for planting. And do you think that's the same today? Is it the same today? Sorry, I'm going to engage, so please speak up. Do you think it's the same? No, it's not the same. And you might not relate climate and food into one line, but it is a factor that whenever you fill up your plate with food, in a wedding, in a funeral, you end up eating half and throwing half of it. You are part of the problem that is causing climate change in this country. So why am I speaking about climate and food loss and waste? It's because we are over 7 billion people in this globe. And 7 billion people, if all of them were to take half a slice of bread, a lettuce, someone else to take half a plate of githeri, ugali, and throw away, it goes into landfills. And slowly and surely, we will experience what we've experienced late last year and early this year when we continue talking about rains not happening. Is that the case that we kept on saying God has forgotten us, Kenya has indulged in bad things, and that's why the rain hasn't come? But really, it's because of the ugali you threw away that ended up in the landfill. And so for me, I think it is important for us to understand that cycle of how you take food that is meant for you to eat, you throw it into a landfill, and tomorrow we have no rains, or there is change in weather because of how we do things. And so I think the call to action before I present our work is, make sure at least today whatever you serve is only what you need to eat, and please influence another 10 people to ensure that whatever they put on their plate is only what they need, and not to throw, and to clean that plate clean completely, because tomorrow the climate depends on all of us. So let me talk about food loss and waste. So there is another element about also food. Today, many of our industries out here are using technology to, fortify the food that we have. Instead of putting maybe the fruit and vegetables that we would have gone to waste into food, they take something called a premix and add it up into flour and into other foods that we are buying from supermarkets to fortify it with the recommended daily allowed nutrition elements inside it. That, for me, is something new. It is necessary because maybe we are not getting the required vegetables and fruit that we should be eating. It's, I think, less than 2% of people in low-income areas are able to access the recommended daily allowed vegetable intake of fruit and vegetables. And so, yes, it might be necessary to fortify with premixes. But the question is, some are even going further to put, not even anything that is a fruit or vegetable inside a product. So a case in example, you will drink mango juices in a term called juices, and you're thinking you're drinking what? Mango juice. Or you use tomato paste, and you think you're actually having a tomato inside that sachet or tin of tomato. But in real sense, you have what? No tomato, no mango, in any form inside that particular package. And so the question there lies is, are we taking the right products? Yes, are we, and as consumers, the question we should be asking, are we buying the right produce or the right products from the shelves? And so I ask, and a call to action also to processors is that, please, if you're actually using fruit and vegetables that are grown, especially in Kenya, that reduce food and loss and waste, please call that out. And to you consumers, please consume that has been used, that is using fruit and vegetables, and not starch, salt, water, color, and sugar to make a paste, because that's not paste. That is looking like paste, but is it paste? No. Are you taking a mango juice, or are you taking a starch, color, sugar into yourself, and then saying, oh, I didn't drink a soda, today I was healthy, I took a mango juice. So for me, that's another thing that is close to me. I will also look back, again, maybe if you're younger, you can't remember. Our parents, after the famine of, I think, 1984, would tell us, finish your food on your plate. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I got that story from someone. I don't know if it was 1984. And they were very, very dear about you finishing the food on your plate. Why? It's because they had to learn different, their palate had to change. Their palate had to change to eat things called jenga. Do you know what jengas are? Hello? Okay, am I speaking to young people only? Jengas, they would mix it with beans, not beans, but little vegetables and potatoes and mash it together and make it a meal. There's a name, I loved it when I was given once, but I didn't know it was a food for problem, as people said it. It was called bukurugushu. Anyone who is from that age who knows that, what I'm talking about. And the idea, it was called gojamato. I am changing the name. Who knows that, what I'm talking about? Okay, some people know. The rest, go with me. And it's because their palate had to learn how to taste maize in a different way. And it's because maize wasn't there. They had to learn how to eat goja mato because there was nothing else to eat. We have been lucky and spoiled that we haven't had such a famine in many years. But what does that mean? History always repeats itself, and when it does repeat itself, it only helps those that have learned from the past to use what they have learned from the past. So my call to you is, can your palate expand Kenyans? Can your palate expand East Africans? Go to West Africa. They eat cowhide, don't they? They eat hoofs, cowhide hoofs. They eat anything that is moving on this earth. And the question is, must we get to that point we eat goja mato because there is nothing that is available for us in our palate? A thought for you. Let's start with the presentation. I might have taken longer, but I think we all seated here, if you were to influence another 10 people on how not to throw away a piece of ugali, a piece of bread, anything, even a plastic, all those things come up and affect us. So I'll say that we are TechnoServe, a non-profit organization that is based in America. We are in over 31 countries globally. We are a staff of over 1,900 people across the globe. We have over 55 years of experience, and our return on investment that has been calculated over years in the last year, in 2022, is that for every dollar that we get, we are able to return on investment of $5 back. And we have been able to reach 1.3 million individuals in the work that we do. We are in different sectors, and this is from food processing, coffee, horticulture, entrepreneurship, you name it, food systems, we are there. Our partners are largely from private donors, from private sector, and at times from government. Particularly in this particular project, in the last 13 years, we have been in the food loss, waste, and post-harvest loss sector, starting off from Project Nurture, just the previous slide, sorry, from Project Nurture, where we started off with Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola Company, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. The project was called Project Nurture, where Coca-Cola was sourcing mango for their Minute Maid brand, and later on, Rockefeller Foundation built on that, working with us to reduce post-harvest losses under the brand called Yieldwise. In this particular program I'll share with you today is called NutriSave. It's funded by the FCDO and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and our work really is around trying to get what would have gone to waste, redirect it or rescue it into low-income consumer markets, and this is available all throughout the year, and I'll share more. Next slide, sorry, I need to use this, yeah? So the project is called NutriSave. We started off last year, December 2022, and we have a 3-year project. I can't see that far. Sorry, give me a minute. Am I on time still? Yeah, it's here. So we are still in the discovery phase in the first year. We are using a different approach in this program. We are using a human-centered design approach where we think of the user before creating a product. And so the first year we got into analytical research, trying to get into value chain analysis, deep dives to understand the different value chains that I'll share shortly. And later on, worked with a design studio that is based also in the US and in Africa and Asia called IDAFLW that is helping us to think through the human-centered design and what kind of solutions we can come up with in these particular sectors. Our primary outcome, as I mentioned to you, is to get fruit and vegetable that would have gone to waste and redirect it into low consumer markets that get less than 2% of the daily recommended nutritional elements. Next slide. So our work will specifically work around, TechnoServe has been known for many years to work at farm gate level and across the value chain. We have been deliberate in this particular project to work specifically past the farm gate level and say that whatever would have gone to waste, now that let us work with that would have gone to waste and see how we can work with aggregation centers, processors, and offtake to ensure that we are able to rescue that and redirect it to other parts. Why it is important for me to, I wanted to share this slide, is if anyone is interested to work with us and you're in that particular point from farm gate all the way to retail, please do reach out to us. Next slide. So we down-selected, we have a team that sits across the globe called Strategic Initiatives that helped us down-select value chains using FAO stats, using Ministry of Agriculture, using previous research that has been done, primary and secondary data. We were able to down-select from 16 value chains into 3 value chains, and we put them in archetypes. And you can see we have the leafy greens, the affordable, and under the leafy greens we have the African leafy vegetables, which we are having to develop a solution for. But when we have put them in archetypes, it means that this particular produce can be, whatever solutions we come up for this to reduce loss can still be used on cabbage or exotic leafy vegetables. In affordable and accessible produce, we are targeting tomato, but whatever solutions we identify, we see that also can be applied to banana. And we'll also work with one favorite of mine is the mango, which we see is a less affordable crop, and it's very seasonal. And still can be, whatever solutions we find here can be applied in pineapple and in avocado. Next slide. So our research after down-selecting value chains, so I've told you there were 16. There's a model that was created that has numbers and shows what volumes are lost. And after a lot of primary data collection and interviews with experts, also seated in this room, we were able to identify that annually we produce around 300,000 metric tons of African leafy vegetables. And this happens in particular periods only when the rains are highest in Kenya. And out of the research and discussions, we discovered that 34% of this is lost in production volume and along the value chain, which totals to 101 metric tons of waste annually. So yesterday, you might have listened to me on TV on KTN News. You might have heard me ask you, would you eat a chapati managu? What am I saying? You add African leafy vegetables that have been dried at the right temperatures not to lose all the minerals and all the, okay, you will lose the vitamins, but you will lose some part, you will still maintain the minerals. Put that powder into a flour as a premix or as an addition into it that makes the chapati unga. Roll it out and you eat a green chapati. Would you eat that in this room? When you have it, good. It will be in the market very soon from a leading company. Would you take porridge that is fortified with the minerals from African leafy vegetables? So the thing is, those vegetables won't go, they won't again affect our climate. You will eat it. Oops, in things that you like. That's what happens when you threaten people. You will eat it in things like you like chapati or mandazi. And so we have partners that would want to do this, and I hope that you will accept it and your palate will agree to it and you will eat it. In tomato, we saw that we produce 1 million metric tons of tomato, of which 309,000 metric tons of tomato is wasted. Now, this is an interesting value chain. We are currently buying from China and Egypt tomato paste. We ship it in drums, in aseptic bags, to pack it for the Kenyan consumer for you to eat. And then what happens to our Kenyan farmer? That tomato ends up in Insectipro's heap. I'm looking at Talash there. And she's able to use it in circular economy and use it in black soldier fly. But we do wish that if our processors could use Kenyan tomatoes to create tomato paste that is nutritious and has tomatoes in it from Kenya for us to eat. And lastly, we found that we produce around 800 metric tons annually, and out of that, we lose around 35% of that produce. Again, if you're wanting to learn more from us and how we have this data, please reach out to us. We are more than happy to talk about it. So the next slide. We engaged the HCD process, as I earlier mentioned, to design solutions. And the HCD is called the human-centered design, where you think of the human or the user before you create a product. And so the process normally means that you empathize. What does a mango trader go through before he loses his mango? You empathize with a consumer when he's buying a mango bottle of 200 ml. What are the thinking, what are the preferences, what are the tastes, what are the buying powers that person has thought through before buying this particular product? And so you find that there's a lot of empathy. You put yourself in that person's shoe to be able to understand this. And some of this meant us going to the market at 3 a.m. or following a boda boda in somewhere in Kisii and following where their vegetables are. Okay. And so, yes, so that's empathy. There's the definition side, where we define the problem statement. Then we ideate the solution together with the processors or whoever that we are empathizing with. And then we prototype, so we test in a very small area as a pilot. And then again, after prototyping, we test and we test and we test, iterate, test, iterate, test, iterate, until we have a final product. So maybe some of you were part of our prototyping process and our iteration process, and I want to thank you for doing that. And I'm happy that today I see not only academia, the NGOs, but I also see people like ReadTrack, Insectipro, Kafresh, and Association of Kenya Mango Traders. It brings in private sector. And so I do call out to you that what can you do? Don't throw away any food. When we are in a glut, eat all that you can. Don't mind being told that you will feel a seat, like my brother did. At least you will be doing us and the planet a favor. Thank you. The next slide. Thank you, and do have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Caroline, for those great insights. It's good to see the action, and I like the stories. You know, they really show the actual, like what is actually happening on the ground and how they are doing something to address it. So now I'd like to invite Mr. Moses Nyoro from Food Banking Kenya, who will now come and share remarks, give a presentation on what Food Banking Kenya is doing. Like we mentioned earlier, they're actually supporting us through the food that we'll be eating today. And this is just one of the initiatives that is really actively involved in diverting food from becoming waste through redistribution and now seeing how we can actually turn food waste into food that we can consume. So karibu sana. This is not Moses. This is? Okay, so this is Joy Kanana. This is not Moses. And she'll be making the remarks on behalf of Food Banking.
Good morning, everyone. I'm definitely not Mr. Moses Nyoro, but I'll be representing Food Banking today. My name is Joy Kanana, and I am a food banker. I wonder how many, besides our team, and you know, those we've interacted with before as Food Banking Kenya, if you've ever heard of the word food banking, or maybe that was me a few years ago, I had no idea what food banking is, but I am really happy and grateful to be and a proud food banker today. As we talk about food banking, let's say, what is food banking? What comes to mind when you hear food banking? Thank you. Okay, yeah, it's all right. Thank you. So food banking is a model where people collect safe and edible food and repurpose it, to give someone who needs that food. So as Food Banking Kenya, we've been around for over 7 years now. It started with our founders who realized the need. Our founders will tell the story of where they come from. Most of us up country, we come from areas that are, where food is produced. But then when you relocate to the city, you find people without food. To some extent, that kind of does not make sense to us. But it is true, it is what is there. The data is there to show us. Kenya being an agricultural country, as we all agree who are here, we know there is the world of the surplus and the world of the need. So Food Banking Kenya comes in as the bridge to bridge that gap, to provide food for those who are food insecure, and also to help mitigate the consequences that dispensing or wasting food has on us, morally, economically, and also the environment. So what we advocate for is that no one should go to bed hungry when food is going to waste. So about Food Banking Kenya, I've mentioned who we are, and by adopting this effective model, the food banking model, we do strive to bridge that gap between the surplus food from the different sectors, and then we give it to those who need it the most, because the people who are vulnerable, the people who are in need, the people who are sleeping hungry, then the data that are showing the undernutrition cases that are there even in our country, especially in the younger generation, in the children, right from birth, of which also when undernutrition comes from mothers, whether before they are expectant, during pregnancy, after they give birth to these children, and then these children come to areas where they still undernutrition, then that eventually the data shows that eventually even the economy of the country is going to be affected, because if these children do not get the right nutrition, education is going to be affected, their performance, how they are living to their full potential, being able to do what it is they're supposed to do to contribute to the community, to the society, it is going to definitely be impacted. So our core activities will involve the recovery of the food that is in surplus in the various stages of the food supply chain, and then we redistribute it to the food insecure persons. So we work hard to ensure that we are not giving just any type of food. The type of food we recover is nutritious food, and as we could have noted from what people are speaking about, it is mainly the fresh food that goes to waste. These are our fruits and our vegetables. Food that comes in as fresh produce is what goes to waste, and this food is what is needed. It is the carbohydrates, it is the proteins, it is the fruits and vegetables that give us the vitamins and the minerals that people require to thrive and to be able to get that overall well-being. Our mission is to alleviate hunger and reduce food loss, as I've already denoted, and waste through food sourcing and redistribution, while rebuilding long-term networks and sustainability for vulnerable individuals, groups, and communities. Because we also, at the end of the day, we want to empower our community and to ensure also we grow Kenya as an economy. Our vision is a Kenya free of hunger and food secure. Then how do we do this? What are our operation and our activities? Our pioneer program, which is doing great, is our agricultural recovery, because, as you've said, Kenya is an agricultural country. So through the agricultural recovery, there are different players or sectors in this part. We have the large farms, people who produce food that is meant to be exported. They have acres and acres of land. They will produce a lot of food, but then not all food gets to go, to be sold out. So they do have reject, as the people who are doing the play have mentioned, the blemishes, the shape, what we call the cosmetic issues that may, make the food not to be good for the ideal market, but then it is perfectly edible food and it is safe food. So this, we are able to recover those items, those food items. We get a variety and assortment of great vegetables, of fruits that we are able then to take to the people who are vulnerable. The same case goes to the smallholder farmers. We have our parents upcountry. Whenever they, or if you are a farmer, as Professor had mentioned, after he planted his potatoes, after he had harvested his potatoes, you have potatoes that are ideal for the market and others that may be smaller in size that you may not find market for. So we are able to glean and we are able to talk to these small scale farmers through even our volunteers. We get to meet these farmers after they've done especially their first harvest, the small heads of cabbage, because they might not be able to get a market for them. We are able to purchase at a subsidized price and then we are able to redistribute it to those people who require that food. Another way we are in the agricultural recovery sector is also in our food markets. At the markets, there are things that are not always sold. So we are able to talk to the retailers and they are able to donate food that is not sold instead of that food going to waste. Another way we are able to source for food is through the retail partnerships. Through partnership with like Retract, we are able to venture into the retail business. They also have great amounts of food that can go to waste. So we are able to create that avenue where we receive the food as donations and we're able to redistribute it in the informal settlements to the arid and semi-arid areas. People are able to get food that we have been able to recover. You as a person, at the end of the day, each and every one of us has a role that we can play. So we do receive donations from individuals. You come as yourself. When Prof was asking ways that we can improve these, where how you yourself, you can reduce food loss and waste. He's talked about reducing, making sure your plate is empty. Another way is responsible, buying of food items in your house. Are you going to add another packet of flour whereas you still have some more that you've not consumed that maybe you forgot about, it's at the back of your pantry, and it gets to the expiry date before, or it actually goes bad before you consume it. So do not let that go to waste. That to some extent, it's a bit challenging because of the issues of food safety and food handling, but if it is food that has not been tampered with, then we are able to also rescue that food and be able to redistribute to someone who needs that food. So we then, after we receive the food, we are able to repurpose the surplus, and this is through our food redistribution areas. So our core is to get to people who are food insecure, people who really require this food. So we we work with vulnerable groups, people who show that either they have undernutrition, malnutrition. We do the needs assessment that we're able to make sure the food is getting to the right people. Through the emergency outreach, we are able to respond to cases such as people who've been affected by floods or fires, or like especially last year when there was the drought, we were able to reach people in different areas through the northeastern, any arid and semi-arid areas, because those people are really affected and are really food insecure. In the informal settlements, in Nairobi, studies show that the population in Nairobi is increasing, and already there is the issue that there is not enough food, that already the people who are here, not everyone can afford a meal every day. And as more people continue to come, the number of people who are in need actually of food is going to rise. So that is also an area that we are able to reach to. We have the single parent headed families. We have children headed families in these areas. So we are able to reach those people through our intensive school feeding program. We also have children from these informal settlements. They are going to schools, but then in these schools, it's schools that do not, we've heard of cases where they are being charged 20 shillings for a plate and a cup of uji a day. And before class starts, the teacher has to go around class to collect that 20 bob. And it is not every child that affords that 20 bob. Then with that mean that child that day will not have a meal. And this is a child who has no hope of getting a meal at home. And then when they come to school also, then they cannot afford to pay for a meal at school. So that is also a big challenge for us also to know. Also in the arid and semi-arid areas, we find a great number of children are not able to go to school because they're out there either looking, they're hurting, they need food. So you find food is a basic need, so they will forgo education and go in search of food, and which, as we've mentioned, this will in turn affect their future and also us as a country in the long run. So how else, within these ventures, how else also do we provide solutions? Because we, as we mentioned, the food as different, food as a resource can either break us or build us. So if we misuse this food, there are also challenges that we are going to incur at the end of the day. We've talked about climate and all that. So we've talked about dehydration of food. So it's a venture that we're also getting into, getting to dehydrate these vegetables. When there is this bumper harvest, instead of this food being given to the animals or just rotting in the farms, we're introducing solar dehydrators to the small-scale farmers to encourage people to dry these foods. We also, as she has mentioned, when you go to the market, would you really buy vegetables that have been dehydrated? You yourself, if you evaluate yourself, have you actually ever tried consuming dehydrated vegetables? For me, I'll be honest and confess, it was also new to me, coming from an area that, you know, is productive agriculture. So I'm only used to the fresh vegetables. So getting to also learn about dehydrated vegetables, it's exciting and also challenging others and teaching yourself, as she has said, our palate may change. You can also try and learn yourself and also, incorporate these items also in your diet or in the venture of reducing food loss and waste. So we have different types of technology also. There's technology that we're introducing called Foodiverse. It's a technology that will enable especially retailers to connect between a retailer and a person who needs this food, such that, it's at the end of the day, we are talking about creating that bridge. So it will also reduce even cost that might be required in the food redistribution. Going back to this, the foods that we mostly lose are the fresh vegetables. We also need to go into how are we storage or preserving this food. So we are able also to provide cold storage solutions such that from the farms, when we are receiving the foods, we have cold storage depots. We have trucks that are refrigerated to be able to transport this food and ensure that it reaches the beneficiary in its best state. And also a cold storage back in our warehouse where whenever we receive the food, we are able to store this food and redistribute it when it is as fresh as possible. Sorry. As we say, previous speakers have said, alone we can do so little, but together we can do so much. So we continue to emphasize on partnerships, look back at either at an individual level or at an organization level, what it is you can do, or in the course to ensure that we are reducing food waste and waste. We have volunteer programs, again denoting on what it is you can do on an individual level. You can also join us, come work with us in this venture, especially if you've never heard of food banking before and you want to learn more. We welcome you to come as a volunteer. There are different volunteer programs that you can be able to work together with. We empower and train our farmers to ensure we are even the produce they're getting, if it's for the market, they're able to get the best produce for the market. Just to show us where we've gotten as food banking in Kenya, what we've been able to do. Just in last year, regardless of the drought, we were able to work and redistribute over almost half a million, over 500,000 tons, 500,000 kilograms of food that was all rescued. So we welcome you to join us. And now that as you've been informed, if you are not aware there's actually food loss, today you've been informed. Make sure you pass on the message forward and around. Thank you.
Thank you on behalf of Food Banking for that presentation. Joy, thank you for sharing the insights and what you're doing. There is some water that is being distributed from the University of Nairobi. This has been produced here, so it is safe, and it is one of their contributions they are giving towards this workshop. So thank you to the University of Nairobi. So moving forward, I'd like to invite Lillian Anyango from SOCA to also give her remarks. I know we are pressed for time, but we'll try and keep this running smoothly. So karibu sana Lillian to share your remarks. Lillian? Okay.
Okay. I'm so short. I don't know if I'm loud enough. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good that we are all gathered here today to talk about a very important aspect of agri-food systems, food loss and waste. My name is Onyango Lillian, not Anyango. It's Onyango Lillian. I am representing Society of Crops Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya, SOCA. I have a very short presentation. Because of time, I'm not going to take a lot of time, and I'm told to use this. I hope I'm able to use it. Wow. Okay. So I'm going to talk about what SOCA does, Society of Crops Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya, what SOCA does with regards to food loss and waste. And that screen is so far, so allow me to use what I have here in my hand. So SOCA was established in 2016 to aggregate knowledge, skills, and experiences from private sector focused advisors to strengthen the agri-food systems. We are actively engaged in evidence-based advocacies, promoting and enabling environments in sustainable agriculture through platforms such as KEPSA and ASNET. So, our vision as SOCA, sorry, the screen is really, really far. The screen is really, really far. I'm going to use the screen on my phone. Okay, our vision as SOCA is to be a leading hub of agricultural professionals working together to create an impact in agribusiness and the agricultural sector. So, our focus as SOCA, as Society of Crops Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya, we have 3 strategic focus. We are focusing on membership services. We offer advocacy in the field of agribusiness and agri-food systems. We also offer extension services, matching advisors to entrepreneurs and clients. We offer capacity building through our masterclasses that we offer monthly. We also offer mentorship services, linking our farmers to institutions where they can acquire knowledge on how they can run the agri-food systems. When we talk about food loss and waste, we first need to talk about what we do at an individual capacity and before we go to a global capacity. And we also need to define food loss and food waste. And from FAO, it's defined as in the decrease in the quantity or quality of food resulting from decisions. Something to note is the decisions that we, the actors, make, the actors of the agri-food systems. So food loss is something that it's from within. It's a decision that I make. For instance, we are going out there to eat after this, and you will see some of us are going to really cover that plate full, and you're not going to finish it. After that, that will be a loss, and we would have lost money from that plate. We would have lost resources starting from water from the farm that produced that, the income, and so much will be lost from the food, from the plate of food that you would have rejected after you have served yourself. That is just an overview of what food loss and waste is. Food loss and waste is very impactful. The data that has come from all over, the research that is happening day in, day out. From FAO, we have been told that a third of the food that is produced globally is actually wasted, which is actually equivalent to 1.3 billion tons of food being wasted annually, equivalent to $940 billion of shillings every year. That is a lot of money, that is a lot of resources being wasted, that is a lot of agricultural inputs being wasted, that is a lot of labor being wasted and time. We are also told that 30 to 40% of our food is being wasted annually. So it means we are not eating as much as we are producing, and again, if you see in our country, we are importing. So, as I have said, it's all in us. It's all action. It's an individual action. If you are going to lose food, if you're going to waste food, it means you are creating a large loss for our economy. At farm level, because SOCA deals with small-scale farmers from different counties in the country, we are dealing with small-scale farmers from Nakuru, Kericho, Uasin Gishu. We also deal with stakeholders from different counties like Kakamega, Bungoma, and Nairobi, just to mention but a few. Losses occur across all the nodes in the value chain. And the nodes from the value chain start from the production. We have been told that there's a lot, from our previous speakers, there's a lot of losses occurring at the production. You could see the statistics for maize, for the vegetables, for the fruits. There's a lot of wastage or rather losses at the farm level. So if we are going to create awareness, we will start at the farm level. Technology is really dealing with me here. So what does SOCA do with regards to creating awareness of food and loss? SOCA, as I had mentioned, we have 3 strategic focus. And the first one, we offer value chain support, where we work closely with members directly. Those are our farmers that we call the champions. We work them at different levels of the value chain, at the production, at the marketing, at the processing, all the value chain nodes, to ensure that we produce crops that meets the highest quality standards, especially those crops that need exporting. You go to the export market and a lot of produce is rejected at the market. So we work with farmers, we do support, we offer supports to ensure that the crops they produce meets those standards so that we do not have rejects in the global market. We also raise awareness through several social media platforms. You can reach us on Twitter, on all the social media platforms, creating awareness on importance of managing food loss and waste. Another thing that SOCA does is advocacy, as I had mentioned, advocacy in collaboration with state and non-state actors. We provide evidence-based advocacy to improve policies and lobby for budgetary support for the agricultural sector, serving programs that empower producers and provide greater opportunity for sustainable agriculture. And when you talk about sustainable agriculture, SOCA mainly talks about regenerative agriculture. We also talked about another speaker talked about circularity in the agriculture. So these are practices that SOCA advocates for at the farm level, so that the produce we get at the farm level is not rejected at the market level or at the consumption level. We also collaborate, as I had said, in managing food loss and waste. There is a need for a lot of partnership, a lot of collaboration. We have partnered with the counties that I had mentioned before. We have involved these counties in bringing up strategies that will help in the production, in the marketing, and making sure that the ultimate consumer does not waste a lot of food in their plates. The last action that SOCA takes, as I'm working with time, the last action is capacity building, as I have said. We train the farmers both at farm level and at post-harvest handling, because, for example, maize, there's a lot of loss of maize at the post-harvest handling stage. So we teach them all those, the storage, how you can storage, the infrastructure to use, like the hermetic bags, the transportation means that you can use to ensure that we do not lose a lot of crops at the farm level or at post-harvest or any other node at of the value chain. So, creating awareness of food loss and waste, it calls for each one of us. It is not about the stakeholders that are directly involved in the agri-food systems, because food insecurity affects each and every one of us in the global arena. So it calls upon the initiatives that you take, that I take, that all of us take, to ensure that we do not lose, we do not waste food, to work towards the SDG, towards zero hunger. So thank you. My name is Onyango Lilian again. I am representing Society of Crops Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lilian Onyango, for that elaborate presentation on what SOCA is doing. Like I said, it's interesting to see what the various partners are doing on the ground. So now we'd like to invite Joseph Nyongesa, who will be speaking on behalf of the Institute of Packaging Professionals, and they really play a key role. So it will be interesting to see what the role of packaging is in addressing food loss and waste. Karibu, Joseph.
Thank you, Winnie. My name is Joseph Nyongesa from Institute of Packaging Professionals. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the university for giving us this opportunity. Thank FAO to also celebrate what Jen is doing in this space. We are from the packaging subsector, and we have the role that we play in this space. Yes, we have also been celebrating and marking this day in our own small ways, but today we have joined the bigger family. Institute, when we talk about packaging, several things come to our mind. One of these is containers. I think when we go around in our shops, in our kiosks or supermarkets, we come across these things called packaging. And this is just one of them. Well, we have all tested Satima water. That is a package. So when you think of packaging, we are the people who sit behind and make sure that these packs work. When you see metal, that is packaging. when you see paper, that is packaging. So all these things constitute packaging. I think most of you, when you go to the supermarket, you see a lot of packaging displayed, whether it is paper, whether it is glass, or whichever packaging, whether it is for unga or whatever. So these are the things that sometimes we just see and maybe take for granted. But packaging, the Institute of Packaging is composed of people who make sure that these things happen. And this is very important, especially for a day like this and for many other processes. First and foremost, basically, we coordinate and build the skills that enable these things to happen. And when you see a park like this, there is a lot that goes behind it. When you look at where it all started, from the plastic resin, when it came from petroleum or wherever, until it was processed and it was shaped to become like this. And then there are several materials that are involved. We have labels, we have caps. So there's quite a bit of technology involved in realizing a pack like this. And you realize we have millions of packs that we have to put on the market. They all have a lot of technology behind it. So part of the role of Institute of Packaging is to build capability in that value chain so that we can be able to have packages that will be able to contain those products, will be able to protect them, will be able to preserve them, and take them through the value chain until they reach at the point of consumption, or until they reach your table. What has that to do with food loss and waste? First and foremost, food has to be contained. And this has been happening since time immemorial. And even nature contains the food it gives us. Like if we are talking of oranges, it is contained in some kind of natural packaging. And it is very well contained, protected, preserved, until it reaches our hands. So our ancestors used to have some form of containment. So modern life has just upscaled that because life has changed, structures have changed. We have all moved to different places. We are not all living on the farm. Take a case scenario. If there was no packaging, how could we people in the city get our milk? And you know we cannot all keep cows in the city so that everyone wakes up and does his milking. So packaging, our role, packaging practitioners can collect that milk wherever it is. And first of all, as it is milked, it is contained. And sometimes that container has a lot of technology behind it. So once it is contained, it is taken to the factory, and there it is processed, and is packaged again. So the loss and the waste that is happening is that if we had no containment, would we be able to carry our milk in our hands? Would we? I think you all agree that we would not be able to. So that containment element is critical. So that there is that first avoidance of loss just by that containment. Because the product would spill, all the foods that we produce would be spilled and be lost. So the first intervention is that we as the packaging stakeholders spend sleepless nights to ensure that we just get the containers. That is the first thing. The second thing is that the packaging will extend the shelf life. If, for example, the can, a whole lot of technology involved in making this can, from the mining to the conversion to the point of filling. There is massive technology behind it. So when we put meat or whatever we put here, like if we put meat here, it might last for another 2 years or more because it is going to be preserved, of course with other attendant technologies. So there is that element, because if we look at this country, for example, when it is dry, we lose a lot of cows because of there is no grass to eat. But if we canned the meat, we would avoid that loss and be able to can that meat and store it so that we can eat it when it is dry. So this whole packaging technology tries to do that using all kinds of technological interventions. We also have like designs, packaging designs that save food. And we have even awards that if somebody makes a good pack that saves food, we take it and we give some awards. So basically we are a technology intervention using packaging technology. Jen is very passionate about vegetable drying. We also have packages that can be used for fresh and dried vegetables. We have packaging technology which we call modified atmospheric packaging, where we can be able to pack something and it can be able to go in the international market even by sea or ship. Like now we are exploring the possibility of carrying our French beans to go to destination markets and be able to stay even for 30 days without getting spoiled by using this some packaging technology called modified atmospheric packaging, because it is becoming difficult to carry our exports by air to other countries. Also, the way we are intervening also is this issue of sell-by, expiry dates, and so forth, best before. Basically, it is the packaging people plus the product people that determine how long a product should last. For example, I was involved in the development of this pack. So when we developed, we put the milk there, so we keep storing it and see how long it will remain fresh. And some of the dates that we have set are sometimes when they have the product by the date we have put here has expired, but still the product is able to be utilized. So there are some discussions. Of course, it has got legal implications. It has got standards, because we go to develop the standards of expiry dates with the Kenya Bureau of Standards and other stakeholders. So there are some conversations about whether we should put sell-by date, expiry dates, best before dates, and maybe leave to the consumer to figure out if the product has expired or not. I mean, this is work in development. So that's a brief introduction to packaging technology. It has been a silent salesman for generations. Of course, you'll not see a packaging man standing here talking about it. You'll encounter me on the shelves. When you see all those packages, you know that there are some people who have spent sleepless nights to make sure those shelves are filled up and those shops are filled up and the products and supply chains are supported to be able to deliver the foods. Because without this kind of intervention, there will be a lot of wastage and loss in the supply chain. So we salute you, and we shall continue collaborating. Incidentally, last year, in our own small way, we celebrated the day as the packaging stakeholders in our small way. We had all the people, most people who are involved in packaging, including the guys who make hermetic packs. They are our stakeholders in the packaging subsector. They make hermetic bags, they make hermetic containers, and many other interventions. Maybe just one last minute, we now have what is called long-lasting milk. That is technology packaging interventions. By aseptic packaging, by retold packaging, the milk can be able to last longer so that we can harvest the milk in a period of cloud and be able to send it out. So we invite the University of Nairobi, as you do your technology center, as we are interested in partnering to bring this aspect of technology. We are already having some conversations with your School of Design in this place to see when we come to designing packaging, how can we intervene? So that is the story of packaging is a long one, but we are just highlighting some of the highlights of it. So thank you very much, Winnie. We look forward to greater collaboration. Sana.
All right, thank you very much, Joseph, for those remarks. It's all the presenters that have come, it's really interesting to see the tangible actions, and I'm sure as we move towards the end, when we come to the call to action, we'll really know what to do and how to do it to address this issue. So now I'd like to invite Talash, who is the CEO of InsectiPro, to also give us insights into what she does, especially around promoting circular economy. It's really interesting what she's doing, so we look forward to hearing more on that. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everybody. My mom really wants me to come to Nairobi University to do my master's, so I feel like an honorary student today. I'm just waiting for him to key up the presentation. My name is Talash Hybers. I'm 28 years old. I run a company called InsectiPro, and we take waste and transform it into food. But first, I'd like to take you through some very interesting interventions I've seen in the market. As I smile at the tech guys. Maybe start with the opportunity, because I know at least the first 3 slides of my presentation. So yeah, innovation in food loss and waste management using insects. So we are very lucky and privileged to live in Africa. Africa is the fastest growing continent in the world. 1 in 4 people will be African by 2050, and 1 in 5 will be African by 2030. This also means we have the fastest growing middle class, meaning that we have the highest demand for food, but also how are we producing all this food in a way that is not hurting the environment, and how are we making sure that as little as possible is lost. Awesome. Next slide. More importantly, where is all this loss going? In Africa, we have the highest concentration of dump sites. Nairobi personally in 2016 was doing 2,500 metric tons of organic waste a day. Right now we're at 6,000, and we expect this number to double again in the next 10 years, meaning we'll be doing 12,000 metric tons of waste a day. Where is all of this going? So you find food loss in 3 sections of the supply chain. You find it at farm level, at market level, and at consumer level, and all in different forms. At farm, as we heard in the play, is the blemishes, the food that is too small. At market level, it's what are we processing, what can't we process. And at consumer level, it's the half of slice of bread or half ugali that we throw away at the end of the day. And all of this ends up in landfills, which contributes to increase of carbon in the atmosphere and generally negative things. We have seen some very interesting interventions in the market. The first one I'd like to give a shout out to is Kafresh. Next slide. Kafresh is a very cool innovation that has 4 organic components that is edible. I ate it myself yesterday, that you can spray on fruits and vegetables that increase their shelf life in ambient temperatures. I mean, they've been testing this thing in Kampala, and Kampala is hot as hell, so if it works there, it can work anywhere. Next slide. You can see some images here of tomatoes and sweet potatoes that have been sprayed with Kafresh, and 14 days later, the tomatoes are still looking excellent. 14 days later, the sweet potatoes are looking excellent. I think they've achieved a 30-day shelf life outside in ambient temperatures. If you're curious to know more and about this intervention and what they're looking to do in the African market, there's one of the founders, Trevor. See him afterwards. A second very interesting innovation is farm to feed, which is kind of what the food bank guys talked about. They take all the ugly fruits and vegetables or the small fruits and vegetables at a subsidized rate from the farmer. They put it in the market. They're doing a lot of educational campaigns right now with guys like Art Cafe to show that even though it's a bit ugly, it's still edible. The third interesting innovation that I've seen is Ugavi. Ugavi is directly linking farmers to off-takers, both in terms of aggregators, but by cutting out the middleman, they're shortening the supply chain, meaning there's less waste from farm to table. But personally, as I mentioned earlier, I run a company called InsectiPro. Kind of what we do is in our name. We've been around since 2018, almost cooperating. We've been around since 2018. We employ 150 people. We currently are taking care of 1 billion insects a day. We're located in Limuru, Kenya, but we have 4 facilities around Kenya. We believe that we're not just farmers, we're looking to change the food system, so we're food changers, haha, little joke. What do? We have 2 insects on deck. We implement insects and insect products into our current food systems where we can produce more nutritious, more circular, more sustainable food. All the things that are at the bottom. Nina would be very proud of me that I've learned the presentation. So what do we look for in a change maker? We have 2 change makers on deck currently. We have our black soldier fly, which recycles organic waste into high-value protein and fertilizer, and we have our crickets for human nutrition. I see a few people pulling faces, but I promise you they're very tasty. Ask Trevor or Caroline, who have both tried my crickets. The black soldier fly is cool because the black soldier fly can be used to create a circular economy. There we go. So you can see there we have what we're eating every day, which is like meat and fruits and vegetables coming together. And then we also have what we're throwing away, which is considered the organic waste. As I said earlier, Nairobi is currently producing 6,000 metric tons of organic waste a day, which doesn't have an end destination. We can take this waste, feed it to our insects, where the insects become protein, which replace fish meal and soy in animal feed, a more sustainable animal feed, I guess. The protein goes into livestock. The livestock makes meat. We can eat it again. Then the insect poop, or frass is a more scientific word, is converted into fertilizer, which can be taken back into the fields, which is then used to grow our fruits and vegetables. So we've kind of created this circular food system with 0 waste, and that is what we should be looking for in the future in terms of how are we going to create sustainable food systems. We work in several different industries. We work in feed with our protein. We work in food with our human nutrition program. We have a consulting arm and we have an agriculture arm. I'll take you through the interesting ones very quickly. So InsectiPro feed. In Kenya, we're only able to produce 69% of our own feed. The rest has to be imported due to lack of raw materials. And every year we've seen feed prices go higher and higher and higher because especially due to lack of protein. When Zambia 2 years ago said they're no longer exporting their soy, prices in Kenya went from 70 shillings a kilo to 130. So creating kind of more like a local alternative will provide some stability to the market. Our black soldier fly are really cool. They're upwards of 40% in protein. They're high in the essential amino acids. We're seeing better animal performance. Our chickens are now taking 6 weeks to grow instead of 8 weeks to grow. Pigs, which is personally what I was involved in. So I had a small pig called Pork Chop. My mom didn't like the name, but I personally thought it was funny. And Pork Chop in Limuru normally takes 8 months to grow. We got her to grow in 5 months and 2 weeks. She was 84 kilos. She was long and lean. The farmer normally got 18,000 shillings per pig. He got 35,000 shillings per pig because of the quality. So you can also see a bit of more income coming in, and because farmers can do more cycles per year, it becomes interesting. And all of this is off the basis of food waste. Our second product, and what we're very excited about, is our insect poop or fertilizer or frass, or because fertilizer is now political, soil amender that we use. We are now using it on crops. We're seeing better or increased resilience to bacteria-based like aphids, thrips. We're seeing better production. We got maize to grow 18% more, sorghum to grow almost 30% more. We're now doing trials in tea and coffee, so it's very exciting to see what all this insect poop can do. And then again, it comes from food that was thrown away or food that was used in industry that we've been able to transform into a new product. I will let Anne tell you about her experience with our fertilizer.
Niko na furaha juu nikiangalia miaka hii ingine nimelima sijawahi lima hii. Hata kuna rafiki mwingine amelima mtama. Alikuja jana kaniambia your work is good. And I was very happy.
Mimi naitwa John Kiambati, Lokaria. Kwetu ni Rwanyange.
Na mimi naitwa Ana Kiambati, huyu.
Hii mbolea tunaona ni nzuri kwa sababu hata ukiangalia hii sorghum tumepanda.
Ile imewekwa na ile haijawekwa iko na tofauti kubwa. Ile imewekwa still iko green na iko na weight. Ukiangalia iko na weight, iko hiyo ingine. Na najua tukivuna hiyo itakuwa na uzito mingi kuliko hiyo ingine. Juu inaonekana hii fertilizer ni mzuri. Tena kwa rotuba itakuwa nzuri juu inaongezea mchanga rotuba zaidi ya ile fertilizer ya kawaida tunanunua.
So Anne in the season before harvested 400 kilos on a quarter acre. With our fertilizer she harvested 600 kilos. So you can see there's a very big difference for her also in terms of impact. But we also saw more resilience in the soil, and then better resilience in the soil means better water retention, means better resilience to climate change. What we're looking to do in the next few years is recycle 120,000 metric tons of waste a year, which is around 100,000 tons of carbon offsets. This will feed 9 million chickens and will be able to cover 13,000 acres of land a year with our organic fertilizer. Right now, we've trained 3,000 farmers on more regenerative agricultural practices, and our school feeding program goes to 10,000 children a year. So it's all kind of everything working together at the same time. It's a very stressful job. What we're also trying to promote is that farming is not just a lady in the field with a djembe. Farming is science, technology, and innovation all working together to create a more sustainable food system, because at the end of the day, we all need to eat, so I will always have a day job. What we are seeing are the challenges that we're facing is we need to scale a lot larger than what we are now. We need better inclusion rates. We need consistent raw material supply. So we're looking for more waste. Techno-serve, if you can point me in the right direction. And then changes in the regulatory environment. But we've been very lucky that the Kenyan government is excited about this, and they're always willing to work with us in the gray area. In terms of economics, the global black soldier fly market is expected to reach 2.6 billion by 2030. It's growing 40% year on year. And like I said, Africa is where most of this growth is happening because we need more food, which means we have more waste. The edible insect market is growing by 112. I know it's kind of crazy to think about eating insects, but if you're from Western, you've eaten kumbe kumbe. If you're from Uganda, you've eaten sanene. So the culture is there. It's just removing the ick factor. And in Kenya, we can do this the best because we have sun year-round, making our insect production a lot easier. We have cheaper inputs, making it a lot easier to farm. And I think that's almost all I had to say, except I believe that Insectipro where sustainability and profitability meet, making us a company of the future. I hope I didn't bore you too much. And if you have any more questions, those are our contact details.
Thank you very much, Talash, for showing us what can be done, because as we promote food loss and waste reduction, we know that there is some waste that we cannot avoid, and it would still be important to utilize that well so that we also reduce the impact, the negative impact on climate change. So that was it for the presentations. So just for those who are not there before, we have the University of Nairobi Theatre Group that is really, I'm really impressed. You know, some of this messaging we need to do, we were even talking about it in Addis. How do we bring in the social, cultural issues? And art is one of the key ways to actually inculcate all this messaging that we are doing in a way that people can understand. You know, we also need to make this messaging interesting so that, you know, the message can go wider. So I'd like to invite on stage the theater group who will now present their next act. So karibu. I think I need to go because, yeah. So they will now come on stage.
Tafuta mtu wa kuleta kuja uongee. Unajua ndiye nini?
All right. It's really hard to follow that act. It was both mind intriguing and a very emotional story there. You know, when we start talking about food loss and waste, especially for Africa, where we are still battling food and nutrition security, you know, I think there was a time you were watching in the news that the food insecurity situation was really bad, that children were eating, I think it was grass. There was some special grass that had some water inside. And then I think the same week, we had the story in Nyandarua where the farmers were complaining about lack of access to market, that they had so much. It was cabbages and carrots. And just looking at the paradox between, you know, abundance and lack of, like you don't have food at all. So the art has really brought that story out very well, and I'd like to really appreciate the University of Nairobi Moving Theatre Group. So now we'd like to change gears a bit and go into the more technical side of things. You know, when you're talking about taking the systems approach, you look at the social issues, the economic issues,
the environmental issues, and now we're looking at where does all this fit in within the space of food systems. So we'll be inviting food system actors. We have with us value chain actors, we have a representative from the retail sector, and we also have a young person that is involved in managing food waste. She's also involved in recycling. So I'd like to invite on stage Miss Joy from Food Banking, who will be moderating this session. Joy? Yes. So Joy is, please encourage her with a clap. Yes, Joy is from Food Banking, and she will be taking us through the next session, which is a panel discussion.
All right, good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today, and I also am very honored to be moderating this session with a great panel, great group who will be, who form part of the food systems and are actors within the food supply chain, all the way from the farming industry all the way down to the retail sector. So it'll be interesting to hear discussions and contributions from actors within the food supply chain on how the strategies that they employ to mitigate food loss and food waste. So with that, I'm going to start off by inviting Julius Njoki from the Association of Kenya Mango Traders. Kim Jackson Jeru from Naivas Limited Supermarkets. Wamboi Mbarire, who you've already engaged with earlier, from the Retail Trade Association of Kenya, and she will also be representing Java House for purposes of this panel discussion. And Winnie Wamboi from Harcourt Farm Limited. Let's please put our hands together for the panelists who will be joining us today. Asanteni sana. So, from the conversations that we've been having throughout the morning, I think what's come out clearly is that there is a lot of food loss and a lot of food waste in Kenya, even in the face of hunger and deficits in certain parts of Kenya. So we do have a huge paradox within the Kenyan food system where there's wasteful supplies in one corner and hunger in another. And so the actors that we have here before us today are here to talk to us about their work, first of all, in the sector, and also strategies that they're adopting to sort of mitigate this food loss and waste that we continue to see every day. I mean, the numbers have been given. I'm not going to repeat them. They're staggering. So there does need to be very serious action towards mitigating food loss and food waste. Before we jump into, so just to give you a bit of a context into how we're going to be running this session, we will start off by allowing each of our panelists here today to give a background to themselves, the work that they are doing, and in their respective organizations. And then we're going to jump into questions before we open the floor to the audience here. So I'll start off with Kim Jackson. Kindly introduce yourself. Asante Kim Jackson. We'll now invite Julius Njoki from the Association of Mango Traders.
Good afternoon. My name is Julius Njuki. I'm here to represent the Association of Kenya Mango Traders. This is an association which deals with aggregation of mangoes from all sections in Kenya, and especially in this East Africa region. We are products of this institution, University of Nairobi, as we are having a project of the post-harvest, reduction of post-harvest losses, which was initiated from this university through TechnoServe. Personally, we have gone through a lot of challenges in the food losses. And before we came to this point, it's because most of the food losses were taking place, especially mangoes, from at farm level. But eventually they were transferred from the farmer to the trader through challenges of infrastructure, aggregation from the farms, harvesting, and eventually at market level. With this institution, I think there is a lot of untapped research, because after the transformation of the losses from the farm to the market level, that's now where a lot of economic losses now occur, because already the products have been transferred from the farm, transportation has incurred a lot of expenses, and we lose per trader. We did a research, and in a short season, a trader was losing to close to over 500,000. So if you are dealing with 100 traders, you are losing a lot of money, almost 5 million in a season. Like now, we have a project of value addition, whereby we process mangoes to different products. In the last season, just 2 months ago, mangoes were being sold at a throwaway price. Right now, you cannot afford a piece of mango on the Naivas shelf. Naivas is the highest sellers of mangoes in Kenya. But you cannot afford a mango because it's retailing to almost 100 shillings per piece. And just 2 months ago, the mangoes were being thrown out in the streets. So there is a lot that needs to be done for us to up our game, especially with our markets, because we have still not done a lot. And there is a lot of opportunities, especially for you people in the university, and a lot of economic gains you can get under employment, because you can develop very many products from whatever that is being lost. I've just seen one of the actors here, Tarash, and we were going through pain, a lot of pains, because even dumping those, whatever that had been damaged in our markets, we had to undergo another cost of throwing whatever that was bought from the farms. But through such organizations, we have improved and reduced our losses. But it's not still going to our pockets. So with such a symposium, I think we are going to collaborate with all the other actors and see how we can reduce the food losses and wastages, and also value addition, because through, I think Dr. Jane has gone out, but Dr. Jane has really been of great help to our organization, because mangoes which could have been lost in January, we are now selling them at this point, because we have got value addition technology, whereby we are selling pulp that was made from mangoes which were to be thrown in January and February. And if we could improve on that, I think even for our young people here, we could develop more job opportunities, which I believe they are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. Wambui?
Thank you very much, Joy. From a retail aspect, I think what we've been trying to, okay, I'll start by introducing myself again. My name is Wambui Mbarire. I run the Retail Trade Association of Kenya, which is a business membership organization that brings the retail sector together. Of the membership, we have supermarket, specialty retail, and food retail. So to the topic of the day, one of our greatest awakenings was that our laws have never envisioned food waste or food distribution for that matter, which means in the framework of our laws, there's nothing that talks to what do you do with food that is still fit for human consumption, but has reached an end of day, for example. So if I use a supermarket at Java, any restaurant that closes at whatever time, what happens to the food that was that was cooked for sale on that day, but the day has come to end? It is good for human consumption, but we don't have a framework in which to redistribute that food. So that has been the focus, because we realize there are many people doing many other things, and to the point of how we started our partnership with yourselves, there is two lots, and I think Winnie had spoken to it. There's the waste element and there's the loss element. We deal with the waste element. Yes? We deal with the waste, which is retail to consumption. Anyone who's doing food banking has actually only attempted to do it in the vegetable sector, fresh fruit and vegetable, and that has to do with everything to do with there not being a policy framework on how to do this. So we are aspiring to create partnerships on the retail front. Historically, what we see is food coming out of these outlets, especially processed food, processed or cooked food, ends up being feed pig. And Kim Jackson would attest to that. That is what we do, a lot of us, in terms of retail. That because there's no way that I want to take up the responsibility or the liability of pushing on food to somebody else, and then something happens and that liability would lie to me. So working with the Ministry of Health, we're looking to review the law to create a policy around it, create regulations around it, so that if at the end of the day, the Delhi department at the Naivas has food, that food can be passed on to Food Banking Kenya, for example, that will ensure the security, the food safety elements that have been put in place within the supermarket as the food is prepared and handled is also continued through you in the hands of Food Banking and taken forth to a feeding program that would be school, could be feeding street kids, could be, I think we've had the conversation around the example of there are places in various campuses, and Winnie is a benefactor of that system, where the food coming out of an eatery or a supermarket is discounted for people who want to buy, who thought I can't afford but I can buy at this price. As an outlet, university students have also been used, because then there's an alert sent out that we shall have food at the end of the day, and that food needs to be offset. It could be at a discount, and in some places it's actually just given out. The second element of that food waste that we are looking at from a retail point of view is processed food. What do we do with flour, sugar, processed jams or tin foods post the best buy or post the expiry date? we all know that, and I ask a lot of people this, if you go to a supermarket today and the bread says tomorrow's the expiry date, would you buy it? Show of hand. If you went to a supermarket and the sell-by date is tomorrow, would you buy that item? Silence means no or means yes. Chances are you won't buy it, isn't it? But I'll ask the same question in reverse. If you have that bread in your house, will you throw it out? Yeah, it doesn't get thrown out. So the consumer mindset is also something we need to work on, because an expiry date is a law obligation, but it does not condemn that food on the day. We know that that food can be consumed for the next 2-3 months in some cases, longer in some cases. I mean, for all purposes, sugar doesn't expire. So you will spend it, you will use it way past the expiry date implied on it or indicated on it. So how do we bring the conversation around consumers first to change mentality, and two, work with the Ministry of Health and the Kenya Bureau of Standards, who are part of the partnership in this arrangement, to educate people around the date labeling. And we've realized it's actually a problem all over. And then how do we get redistribution and rebanking going on? And that's how we are working with WRI, Food Banking, and RF and ourselves towards doing a bit more around that. We also have a project, and I know we had a lot of people in a meeting sometime in June with IISD, and IISD is now working on changing policy. We are already in a project working through various aspects of our law to see what we can change to facilitate the mindset. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wambui, and you've brought in very important elements as well on challenges that are experienced downstream with respect to food waste in particular. Winnie.
Thank you, Joy. My name is Winnie. I'm the young person the other Winnie was talking about. So I'm Winnie, I'm 22 years old, yes, and I run a company called Harcourt's Farm that has employed 5 permanent employees and 7 not permanent. We do what Talash was doing here. We also farm bugs, that is the black soldier fly. So the black soldier fly, you had seen it on the screen, I'm glad, you have the visual. So it's an insect that feeds on organic waste. Any organic waste you have, the insect will gladly feed it and turn it to compost. So what we have, we are located in Juja, and our slogan is one estate at a time. So we have started with Juja South Estate, where we go collecting waste from the residents of the estate. They give us good amount of waste. So far, since inceptions, we have recycled 18 tons of organic waste. So we go collecting waste from the local neighborhood, and at the end of the month, because you have had the black soldier fly feeds on the waste and it turns it to fertilizer. So at the end of the month, if the person who supplied us the waste, if you are a member of that estate and you have a vegetable garden, we are able to give you this fertilizer at a discount, at a discount. So it's giving back so that they can also grow their gardens and they can know where their organic waste is going. And once the black soldier fly has fed on this waste, we then sell it to millers where they make the animal feeds, good animal feeds. And we are able to now to get this and reduce food waste through recycling processes. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, Winnie. Yeah, that's a very interesting and amazing initiative. All right, so we'll now go into the questions. I'll start off with Julius Njoki from the association. So actually, the way I'll structure it then is I'll start off upstream, where we experience the food loss that we're speaking to. Then we'll go downstream to the retailers that we have on the panel where we experience the food waste. And then we'll go to Winnie, who is already doing a great intervention to develop and create a circular system. And so I'll start off with you, Julius, on the challenges. You've already spoken to this slightly while you were introducing the Association of Kenya Mango Traders. So can you expound a bit more on the challenges that are experienced within the mango value chain by small-scale farmers that contribute to food loss, and how these challenges specifically impact those small-scale farmers that you're working with?
Thank you. I have tried to expound on the source of food loss. And initially, 80% of the food loss, or the specific mangoes, the loss was caused or started from the farmer. And mainly because of improper good agricultural practices, poor handling at when the mangoes were maybe different stages because of lack of spraying and lack of proper pruning. And eventually that was curtailed, especially when we started the post-harvest losses reduction in the mango value chain. And fruit fly was also another menace because fruit fly was uncontrollable, and even up to this point it's still a menace, but it has really reduced. But now, even after going to that level of now eradicating the fruit fly, which had almost all the mangoes in Kenya, and even the regions which have been marked to be fruit fly-free regions are also even right now being attacked by fruit fly. So that is one of the major causes of it's uncontrollable. The fruit fly is uncontrollable. At this point, we cannot say that there is a specific preventive measure that has been undertaken to reduce the fruit flies. And from there, now the mangoes that have now been controlled are still also endangered, because for one, infrastructure was a major challenge. Because in areas where mangoes are being grown, you will find that before you access the areas, like maybe Nairobi, you will find that the mangoes are over-mature. And once you harvest mangoes which are over-mature, before they reach the market and to the shelves or to the vibandas or to the local markets, they will be spoiled. So that is, you'll find that in an area whereby you have harvested maybe 10 tons, what will reach the market is maybe 8 tons. And before you load maybe one truck, I use an example of a truck. Before you load one truck, already what the farmer has harvested, if it was 10 tons, you are going to leave over 1 ton to the farmer, which will be either immature harvesting or harvested maybe not in accordance with the good agricultural practices, because maybe the trees are too high for the farmers to, and they don't have the proper gadgets for harvesting. So, and also there is no proper training. The harvesters who are harvesting the mangoes from the farm level are not properly trained. So food losses start from that end point, that starting point, now going upwards to the end tail of the consumer. And in between here, you find so many challenges. Now when you are in the market, before you deliver the mangoes to Naivas or to Quickmart or to whichever point, there are also other challenges, maybe of traders don't have ample containers for transporting the mangoes. And that's why you find a lot of mangoes in Kenya end up to be processed for juice, for either juice, because those are the factories that, or the elements where they don't need a lot of caution or cautious handling. But eventually, if the mangoes were not treated well from the farm level, you'll still find at the processing point, they are still also thrown away, because especially fruit fly is a great menace in Kenya. And with us, what we are doing right now, we have grouped farmers maybe and giving some special training, especially due to proper practices, especially in handling the harvesting and also pruning and spraying of the mangoes. But still, we are still experiencing losses at this point. And also, when we have what's now is on our table, the major challenge, when we have added value to the products, now the element of marketing is a main challenge, because when I repack my juices, my ready-to-drink juice, now accessing the market, when I approach Naivas, there's a lot of bureaucracy for an SME to access the Tier 1, to access Tier 1 outlet. There's a lot of bureaucracy in between me and these guys, Naivas. I'm using Naivas because they are here. To access Naivas with my repacked, the raw material, they are okay with the raw material if I'm selling the mangoes. But if I'm now trying to convince them that I can add value to these mangoes and make a ready-to-drink juice, they don't have trust in whatever I'm selling. But even the convincing a local customer or a local consumer outside in the society that whatever I've done or whatever I've repackaged is pure juice, is a region you cannot spread easily. So there's a lot of bureaucracy, and also the government is applying a lot of regulations, especially to SMEs. SMEs, I don't know, but unfortunately the government officials have left. SMEs are being regulated in the same way the big producers are being regulated. We are still following the same regulations, yet they have an upper hand than the SMEs. So that is something that could have been looked at, and if it could have been modulated well, we could also be in good production as the big companies. Thank you.
All right. You've highlighted a lot of good points there, because it's very clear that this is a cross-sectional issue where there's lack of access to markets or poor infrastructural capacity, maybe even lack of knowledge on the best farming practices, the bureaucracy you've talked about, the legal barriers as well. So there are a lot of challenges that you've highlighted for small-scale farmers as far as planting. And I think one of the key things that you've brought out is that there's need for coordination and collaboration with government to achieve a sustainable food system, especially for these small-scale farmers. So how can national and county government contribute to food loss reduction in building sustainable food systems and working together with organizations such as yourselves, AKMT, and small-scale farmers?
Okay, thank you. Right away from farm level, we as the association, we have engaged county trade organizations and also the ministries of transports in the counties, at county level, because you will find that a farmer is at a certain point and you cannot access the farms because of roads, because of maybe where the farms are and where the main roads are, they are inaccessible. Right now we are approaching El Nino, and most of the areas that are going to be having mangoes which will be ready, there are areas you cannot. I'm double sure traders are even arming themselves with boats, with speed boats, to make sure that the mangoes will come out from those areas. They even hire boats from Lamu and come with the boats so that they can make sure that those mangoes which are deep interior will be ferried through the boats to where the trucks are. But still you will find that the county is taxing the traders. So that is another area whereby we are still facing challenges, because you'll find that before you reach Nairobi, you have passed maybe through different counties, and there is overtaxation of the market size. So we are also challenging the counties to revalue and reevaluate the amount of taxes they are charging to traders. And if this point reaches to the governors at the county level, most of the traders, because they are engaging the farmers directly, and the farmers, they are no middlemen. So the farmer is getting the minimum guaranteed return. The county should also give back to the trader by not overtaxing, because you might find that you are paying, if you are harvesting mangoes from maybe an area like South Coast or maybe Lunga Lunga, and you are passing Mombasa to Nairobi, you'll have to pay two counties. You pay where you have harvested and where you are passing through. Every county needs a revenue. So if we could have avoided the multi-taxing, we could have also made sure that the farmer at the ground level has gotten what was, and we have also harvested in time and in plenty. Because once you leave the mangoes to the farmers, they don't have an alternative. They'll still get damaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. And we have representatives from government here today, so I hope we can continue to work together with small-scale farmers to see how we can achieve that, even as we develop strategies at the grassroots level. All right, so now I'm going to go to Kim Jackson. We've been talking a lot about the role that consumers play when it comes to food waste at the retail level. And a lot of it comes out of, ignorance, maybe lack of knowledge, the date labeling that had been spoken to earlier by Wamboi. All of these things contribute to waste at the retail level. And so I just wanted to ask you, how do consumer preferences and behaviors influence food waste within the retail sector? And can you also just share insights into how these consumer behaviors or rather whether NIVAS has strategies to address these consumer behaviors that we're seeing?
Thank you, Wamboi, and kindly allow me to just divert in a minute. To my brother, I would like to demystify the position of getting a product in a supermarket space and indicate that NIVAS in about less than 2 weeks' time will be opening our store number 100. It has been a journey encompassed with a lot of discipline. And as part of discipline is being able to clearly articulate the role of a product in a shelf. For example, a supermarket will have almost a total of about 60,000 items. Each of those items should clearly have clear definition in terms of what role it plays on a shelf. And I'm happy I'm here with Wamboi. And Wamboi will tell you that we can introduce an item on a supermarket shelf even within a day, as long as the role of that particular product and the strategy is clear. Because like my opening remark, we are in the business of buying and selling. And therefore, unless we are confident that an item will sell and it has got an envisioned shopper, then again, we may struggle. And like my brother is saying, it may be interpreted as bureaucracy, but I would like to demystify that position and say, as long as the role is clear, we take the least time to get the item on the shelf. And back to Joy's question on the shopper perception. What we sell to the shoppers is something we call value proposition. And a value proposition is what is that influences the shopper into buying our products. For example, taking an example is fresh products, where we define fresh products as items that have been recently picked from the farms, meat that has been recently processed, a bread that has been recently baked. And those attributes define and give shoppers reason to want to come to the shop and to buy. Why we have parameters such as expiry date, sell-by date, is to be able to enhance this confidence and to be able to give the shopper that confidence that we remain true to this parameter. But equally on the other side, the same parameters may act as a demotivation aspect when it comes to now, for example, looking at these items, a bread which has got a sell-by date of tomorrow. And I think Wamboi asked a very critical question. If I sold that bread to you, will you buy? And more or less, without getting any feedback, I can tell you the answer is as good as no, I will not buy. But if that bread expired on your pantry, high chances you'll keep it. You'll eat it until it stops tasting. If that farmer's choice sausage is in your freezer or is in your chiller, you'll have it until maybe a sausage a day. But if I told you to take that sausage from me that has got an expiry date or sell-by date of tomorrow, high chances you'll not pick it. So what we are saying is, Joy, there are quite a number of policy aspects that need to be addressed in this conversation. So I look at it from one, the policy framework around the compliance. For example, there are regulators who safeguard the interest of the shoppers. And they expect a certain level of compliance. And the cardinal or critical question that we should be asking ourselves is if they relax those rules so that they can be able to accommodate those items to be considered in another phase, still for human consumption. How does that play versus the expectation of somebody like me who is a retailer? Should I also as well maybe possibly extend the same items and extend the shelf life? If Joy or through the food banking are supposed to, or they will be taking these items and converting them in a way that they can still be consumed, the critical question is, can't I do the same? And the other aspect is, of course, the shopper expectation. These are products that are branded. And like I said, Naivas doesn't manufacture any products, meaning we are an agent of suppliers. We are partners who bring products to us and who expect us to sell them in the best form possible. If those items are passed beyond the retailer, simply because maybe they are short expiry and they are still good for consumption, maybe they're according to the regulator in terms of the shelf life, they have reached their shelf life days. And the question is, if they are passed to you through the food banking and the other stakeholders, and they are passed to the recipient, where does the responsibility of the retailer start and end? That becomes extremely critical for us. And then, of course, there is now the actual aspect of operationalizing the whole process. How does that move logistically from my store, which is somewhere in Kapsabet, to a food bank that is somewhere in Nairobi? And the question is, while it's all on transit, is it not still in the process of deterioration in terms of the shelf life days and all that? So I feel there's a good cause here, and something that we're already internalizing as a business. But equally on the other side, we feel there's the policy framework that need to be clarified, getting stakeholders such as KEBS today who, for example, give directives on how long and how, for example, something like a dressed chicken or what we call capon should be handled from even microbial perspective. I'm sure we have all seen information or the test, whether from Kemri and the rest of the organization, trading about the status of meat that is sold in the retail space. And the question is, if we open that window, where now some of these meat that is coming from a retailer like me goes out there, if somebody was to do or to carry out traceability, does that responsibility, if you were to look at the responsibility, is it still a retailer responsibility if they are found to be harmful past the sell-by date or the shelf life date? So being able to look at all those. And then secondly, there are different products. For example, in fresh, we cluster products based on, is it a fresh butchery item? Is it a processed meat product? Is it fruit and vegetable? Is it bakery? Is it a daily food that has been recently prepared? Being able to understand and clearly defining rules that guide the handling of each of those food by their category will give the retailer a certain level of confidence. Remember, even that person who is needy today, as a business, we still look at them as our potential shoppers. And therefore, if something happened for whatever reason that some food may be traced back to the retailer like Naivas, and something we have lost tomorrow's shopper. And then I think last year alongside the same, we said in our business we have stakeholders. Our suppliers are our key stakeholders. Where does that live in terms of the brand and the brand equity? For example, and I keep on giving an example, including discussion with Wamboi, Farmer's Choice sausages, the product itself is still branded Farmer's Choice. If today it was to go out there, how sure are we the same product doesn't find its way again back into the retail space? Because we've seen this happening. And therefore, being able to put all that, and more importantly, putting all the stakeholders in one room, whereby we get a sign-off of a yes, yes, I think as a business, we protect our shopper comes first, and we say our customer is the boss. And therefore, safeguarding the interest of the shopper and working on the shopper perception first before passing or before implementing these will give retailers a good level of confidence around the same.
Thank you, Kim Jackson. It's clear that there's a big need for stakeholder engagement and policy development in that area. And I could ask you a lot more questions down that line, but because of time, I think I'm going to now go on to Wamboi. And you can also maybe just speak to some of the issues that have been raised by Kim Jackson on the role then that the retail sector can play in terms of educating and sensitizing consumers, but also collaborating and coordinating with government authorities, the standards authorities like KEBS and such people, to then ensure that our laws and our regulations reflect the current reality that a lot of food is going to waste.
Joy, sorry, and before Wamboi comes in, I forgot to mention that Naivas equally employs over 10,000 employees. And since we say charity begins at home, part of our food is fed to our own staff. And therefore, in terms of operationalizing such an exercise, it's already happening internally. We just need structures that can allow us now go outside. I thought it was important that I clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Jackson. So I think our greatest challenge, even coming out of what Kim is talking about, is the policy element. So together with International Institute of Sustainable Development, we've done a review of our legal environment, and we have identified 4 policies that speak to the elements of food safety, food redistribution, and where we can slot in to create a framework for that. So through that analysis, we actually the first report is just out, and we're now looking to see how do we, through looking at best practices in other countries, come up with policy that will suit our market to be able to deal with the date labeling element, to do with a framework for the redistribution of food. I think across the world, one of the things that we've come across is there's actually no place, and it's kind of a deterrent, where the liability of the retailer is absorbed. So it creates a fear in any part of the world that should I give out this food and something happens to the end consumer, that liability comes back to me. So how do we create some level of comfort for the retailers, whether it's supermarket retail, it's food retail, in terms of releasing the food to a food banker, or releasing to a discount store that can sell at lower prices, and that's a current ongoing process. We hopefully should be able, I think, to give that report in November. As I said earlier, we have members of that committee that include the health department, specifically public health. The other thing that we need to do is actually collect enough data around that particular conversation. WRI reached out to me, I think, last week and asked me a question. Do we have NGOs, because we declared you not an NGO, that are actually in the food redistribution sector? We don't know who is doing food redistribution, and we know there are people who are actually doing it, more so in the loss element, not the waste, but it would be good to know how they're doing it and what are the challenges they're facing, so that we're able to collate that into the report that we're doing towards policy reform. I think the other thing I wanted to mention on the same thing is that data, the use of the data that we have within the retail sector, and I won't speak for Java, but I know Java has a feeding program that they execute that ensures they've created an almost circular environment for food, because over and above the redistribution, they also work with people who are doing BSF similar to Joy to create the black soup, to get produce out of that. So they've created a circular system around themselves. And that data is also being used to establish an ideal plate size, so that the food that you're served in their restaurants, for example, is just enough for you. You're not overfeeding, you're not being underfed. It's an ideal average human adult plate that should be enough for you. Again, so that you're working towards ensuring that there's no food loss on the plate. We've seen, as Kim says, the feeding of staff members. A lot of those organizations actually, the food at closing time is consumed by the employees. Again, there's also a technicality in even doing that, because you could carry the food and something happens to you when you're outside. So a lot of them encourage you to eat the food while you're still in the premises, so that we know the food has not been interfered with. There's also the element of continuously engaging consumers. So you mentioned Kenya Bureau of Standards. They are the custodians of date labeling. How do we start a conversation? And I know, I think the only place that has found a solution around that is the UK. How do we engage on date labeling? It's a legal requirement, but how do we move beyond it to ensure that the food that would otherwise be consumed is not getting wasted? Again, it's one of the policies that we're reviewing, because, again, it is cast in law that you must have. And people want to constantly be able to check. If you watch anyone in an aisle, I think the first thing they do after they pick whatever item they want to buy is check the date. So how do we engage consumers to let them know that that date means this is what the date is supposed to imply, or this is what the date means, but it doesn't mean that that food is therefore not good for human consumption. And in your interest for time, I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you, Wambui, for those remarks. Again, because of the interest of time, I'll go directly to Winnie. So just now to find out, because we keep talking about we want to develop and we want to create a circular system. And you're really doing work that is reusing and recycling food. And so I just wanted to find out what sourcing strategies that you've adopted, what perceptions, because you're saying you're developing now fertilizer using the waste that you collect, and I'm assuming that this waste is not fit for consumption, or maybe you can even clarify a bit more on that, the kind of food items that you recover, but also what is then the perception of the people who you approach in respect of the work that you're taking? How has it been for you, because it's a fairly young intervention? Has it been a difficult intervention to implement?
Joy, I took back the mic. My apologies. I wanted to say this because we have entrepreneurs in the room as well. What we've seen coming out of redistribution is a business case for people who supply catering outlets. Catering outlets, people who cook for large masses, use a lot of oil, a lot of flour, a lot of sugar. So if flour is about to expire, instead of the supermarkets taking back to the suppliers, we've seen people create a business line where you offload that flour from the supermarket, offload that cooking oil from the supermarket, and sell to somebody who runs a catering farm. So there are a lot of innovative business ideas that can come out of the redistribution element.
Definitely. And I also challenge all the people here today. We have a lot of students as well here today. These are things that, we could all be thinking about, the innovations and interventions that we can have within the food supply chain to transform the food system and promote a circular economy. Winnie, I hope you remember also my question.
I think I'll tell you pardon, but I got one. So you asked how is it, like how is on my end. So one, I would say, when I was starting off, that is back in last year, December, I used to cry every day. One, because these insects are ferocious eaters. They eat a lot. So me, you see the way we are talking here, it is ironical that people keep on saying there's a lot of waste. Out here, sourcing that waste, it's a lot of problems. For example, if I go to the mango people, they are cartels. Let me just use that word. There are cartels in the waste industry. So as long as they are saying there is food waste, I would say it belongs to such people. But who are we? We have also entered the space. So the first thing I would say, there's a lot of cartels. For me, what I did, I got a forum where I got Vijanas from the local area. I asked them to go and collect waste from the estates, and you pay them at a fee. Depending on the amount of waste they bring into you. Another thing, because I said we are starting one estate at a time, but we are yet to go to big corporates like Naivas. I once used their waste, and that was one of my best months. I wish I'll go back. At one point, the Juja City Mall, Naivas, I once used their waste, and that was one of my bumper harvest months. So what I have done, people have not gotten this idea of there is something you can do. You see the way they are saying, someone doesn't know, there's no that awareness of what you can do with this waste. There is no awareness. So what happens, even at my level, when I go to ask the neighbors for waste, looking at you and like, you want to take the takataka? Because actually, let us stop calling it food waste. It is takataka. That is what iko kwa ground. It is takataka. So because people also have taken, like, for example, mangoes, he said of fruit flies. To me, when I see fruit fly somewhere, to me that's gold. I want that thing, right? So first of all, I want to tell you people, in case you have that waste, I'll give you my number. Just give me a call very fast. I'll be there to collect all those mangoes. So those are some of the challenges. Another challenge, as I said, one was cartels. Again, another one I have is going to the dump site itself. You go to the dump site, you collect waste from the dump site. So you find that the government, you are being taxed, I don't know, there's a lot of, it is not friendly. It is not friendly even to something that a person is disposing. You see, that one they should, as much as we are saying we are turning trash into cash, you are disposing it. So if you sell it at 10 shillings, and okay, that's a plus, but you see, you are disposing it. So I believe it should not be very harsh on us, and even creating these policies they are talking about on how food should, from the shelves, from the farmer to the shelf, to now me taking it. They should not be harsh in creating those policies such that even at the end of the day, we are all afraid. We are all afraid to come out and say our problems. We are, like, for example, he said logistics. I did not know, like, networks. Someone would mention road networks in today's forum because it was about food loss. So you find that the government should also play a big role in this sector. And lastly, I can see we're in the university. There's a big, like, what do you call it? There's a big chance of youth in the food waste. There's a big one that has not been utilized. You see, out there, food waste, it's a system. For example, one of my partners is in the UK. They tell me they recycle their waste at the household level. Even they can even take back the food that they bought from the store that was not good. So to university students, there's a lot of chances. As I said, I graduated last year from JKUAT. Yeah, as your sister campus, there's a lot of chances, and we need you in this sector to help us come up, to make us join. You create a software where all of us, all these stakeholders can come together so that when we are all of us, it is easier to make policies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and I think that was the perfect way to close off this discussion, because this is really just an ongoing conversation. There needs to be a call to action. There is need for stakeholders within the industry to work together. It needs a cross-sectional intervention. Government support, private sector support, NGO support, everyone needs to be working on this issue. And so thank you so much for all the panelists who have come up here today to share your experiences in the industry. And I hope that we can continue to have this discussion to lead towards food systems transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists. That was a real deep dive, and I really liked the discussions and especially towards the end how we already see opportunities for partnership. So I hope Winnie and Kim Jackson will also interact post this and actually form a partnership, because she mentioned that during her bumper harvest, the sourcing for the food waste was from the Naiva supermarket. So in our program, we were to have the highlights from the draft national strategy, followed by the call to action and the closing remarks. So because of time and also looking at the responsibility, our colleagues, Collins Marangu, who is the Director Plant Protection from the Ministry of Agriculture, and Tito Arunga, who is the sub-program lead for inclusive value chains, they are both not present. So today I've been given the task to represent myself and themselves. So I will try and give justice to this responsibility I have been given to shed a bit of light on the strategy and also move towards the closing action so that we can now move. Because in the afternoon, after lunch, we'll be having a small demonstration on how you can use your leftovers to recreate a new meal. So as you may be aware, we are working with the Ministry of Agriculture to develop a strategy on post-harvest management. And the strategy is really aiming at looking at presenting a guideline, a framework. Because like from today, we have seen all the different partners and what they are doing in the space to address food loss and waste. So the gap that was noted was a missing coordinating framework, which is what the strategy aims to do, so that when we do our work, we don't do them in individual silos. So the strategy is really a framework to support coordination, but also to monitor progress. You know, it becomes really hard to monitor what we are doing as individuals if we don't talk to each other, if we don't collaborate, and if we don't have a common guiding framework. So that is what the strategy is aiming at doing. We are at the advanced stages. When the remarks that were shared by Engineer Kiplagat from the ministry were shared, we mentioned that we are looking to launch the strategy in November. So the strategy cuts across various issues across the agri-food system. We have actions looking at the value chain. We also have enablers looking at policy, institutional arrangement, and knowledge management, research, and development. But allow me today to focus on the third pillar, which is why we are here, which is frameworks and guidelines for food waste management. So within this pillar, we are looking at issues around awareness creation. And if you look at the entire strategy, along pillar 1, 2, 3, and the enablers, we're also having an element of capacity building. But particularly for pillar 3 is where we're looking at awareness creation on food waste. So campaigns like this are what we want to really promote, looking at food reuse, redistribution, and disposal. So how do we dispose of the food if we have no other options? How do we dispose the food in a way that is not detrimental to the environment? So the strategy has been done in our collaboration. We have several partners, both from the private sector, from the government, from NGOs, research, academia, who have really brought in and put in much thought into development of the strategy. And one key highlight is that we have also included the role of the other sectors. So it is not just an agriculture focused strategy, but we also have the role of the blue economy, we have health, we have investments, trade and industry, because when you talk about markets, we talk about linking. I liked the skit the theater group mentioned. They were saying they want to market and they want it now. So we need to bring in the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Investments to see how we can move some of these interventions to a higher level. We have environment and forestry. When we talk about circularity, we have cooperatives because of the medium and small enterprises. So the strategy is in advanced stages. If you would like to have a copy of it to review it, we are happy to share with you, because we are now looking for input at the national level. So I think this is now directly linked to the call to action, which I will just share from, we are celebrating this in Kenya, but this is also being observed globally. So we have the global call to action, and I'll just highlight what we want. What are the key takeaways from the discussion and the conversation around food loss and waste? And some of this has been alluded to by the previous presenters. We need to reduce food loss and waste, and it must be central to the transformation for more efficient, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient agri-food systems, for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life. And sustainably reducing food loss and waste means we can potentially increase the availability and access of food without necessarily increasing production. So if we are to take that 30 to 40% and put it back in the food supply chain, we'll feed more people without, increasing production on an already strained natural resource. Countries must take action to reduce food loss and waste. And I'm happy that Kenya is also taking this seriously through the strategy and the follow-up actions that will come from the strategy. We need reliable data, and I'm happy I'm speaking to students, so that as you pick your areas of research, you would want to delve deeper into the issues around post-harvest management. Why are we losing the waste? Where are we losing the waste? And how are we losing the waste? And what can be done about it? We need to promote new business models. Most of the solutions that have been promoted and mentioned here to addressing food loss and waste are actually business cases. We need investments in sound logistics and climate-friendly technologies. Again, young people, you are at the forefront of technological innovations. We need circular strategies to prioritize prevention of food loss and waste, followed by the recovery and the redistribution of food. And I think just from the panel discussions and the discussions also we've been having throughout the day, we have really touched on how we can reduce, we can prevent, we can reuse, we can redistribute, recycle, and how we can sustainably dispose of food waste. We need enabling policies, and Kenya is one of the countries in Africa that has really spearheaded development of this enabling environment. And lastly, we need knowledge sharing platforms. So beyond this day, I know today is a special day, we are celebrating the day, but that doesn't mean the conversation stops today. So tomorrow, when you're in your own house and you have a lot of food and you go home and you're very hungry, don't eat with your eyes. We need to start reducing food waste from the household level. Because like I say, along the supply chain, each actor has a special role. We have the farmers, the transporters, the aggregators, but everyone is a consumer. At the end of the day, the farmer is a consumer, the policymaker is a consumer, I am a consumer, you're a consumer. So we are the biggest percentage of impact bearers towards food loss and waste reduction. So more information about food loss and waste can be found on the technical platform for measurement of food loss and waste. That is on our FAO website. If you want more information on that, you can go there. And then also we have all our partners. If I can just mention them again. We have the University of Nairobi, we have the World Resources Institute, we have TechnoServe, we had food banking, we have the Food and Land Use Coalition that is also really key on promoting this within the coalition. We have RETRAC, we have the International Packers, and then we have soccer. So these are just some of the partners we are working with. So please feel free to interact with our partners around and learn more about what they are doing, what opportunities exist, even as we forge forward to food loss and waste reduction for the people and for the planet. I hope this day has been beneficial. How many people have learned something new? That's amazing. And how many people commit to reducing food loss and waste in your individual capacities and together? So as we look forward to moving this message into action, I hope that next year when we meet, we will have testimonials of what this day did to transform your actions. So thank you very much. And you have been given this card. It serves both as an awareness creation campaign. It looks cute. You can go and hang it on your fridge for the non-students, unless you're a student with a fridge. Because in my year, I didn't have a fridge as a student. But this is it can work as a bookmark. I mean, it's very relevant. So this serves as an awareness creation tool, but it's also your meal voucher. So usitupe, don't throw it away. It is your meal voucher. So, yeah. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your participation. We have been very encouraged to see your interest in this issue, and we'd like to appreciate the University of Nairobi for hosting us and all our partners. We wouldn't have done this without our partners. They have, I think Jane gave an overview of what each partner had done during her presentation. And so just to echo her sentiments that this has been made possible through the partnership and the collaboration and putting this together, because we wouldn't have done it as one individual. So thank you very much, and I wish you all a lovely afternoon. We'll be serving lunch out here at the tents, but we'll also have a live demo on how to use food leftovers. So if you have leftover rice or you have leftover ugali and you don't know what to do with it, you can see us at the tent when we'll be doing the demo. So thank you very much, and I'd like to now hand it over back to our host, Professor Jane Ambuko. Thank you.
Okay, that wasn't planned, but I was just going to do some housekeeping. That, first of all, we should take a photo, shouldn't we? I mean, like a group photo with the T-shirt and everything. Remember, we are the only people doing this thing physically, globally, so we need to take a photo. So I was going to say that the servings, the food, you all have meal vouchers, yes? So there will be 2 serving stations for students and for non-students. So students, be patient. You'll queue at the station for students. Should the food get finished before you get there, just don't hold your peace, because there will be food also served. We'll get the other kitchen to serve us food. So we'll have a queue for students, one side, and the other for non-students. So we don't mix on the other side. So I think there's enough food for those who have received the meal cards. Should the food not be enough, we will just, we have organized with the other kitchens. So Winnie had already said thank you. I think we can close with a word of prayer, but remember, we need a group photo somewhere. I'm not so sure. Right here, are we together, Winnie? Where can we have a group photo? Right here with the banners and everything. So I think that's it from me. And again, thank you for gracing this day. We really appreciate your presence, and let the conversation go on. As we eat on social media, let us keep talking. Now you're aware, isn't it? So let's keep the conversation. Thank you so much. So group photo right here. So the banner.